Hello, am I back? I said hello to everybody. Fucking OBS reset all my audio settings again. Hello Comp, hello Rika, hello Cauliflower, Restmo, Shaiban, Jared, Tig, Tug, Comp. Yeah, like for some reason, whenever there's a Windows update, I think it's whenever there's a Windows update, OBS resets like the audio stuff to like default, and it can't be on default. Have we all got our crystals, chat? Daily Tempad, go. Wait. Close intro fighters, wait. Wait. Wait, last slot. That's not a summer character. I heard lady and I was like, who says lady? I was like, who says lady? Let me think. And then it dawned on me. Look, it's a new character. It's a new character. It's a new character. We take it. You don't say no to new characters. Have I done my scam chat yet? No, I have not. I'm waiting until free 10s are over. Or I'm waiting until free pulls are done. I think there's a single on the last day, right? Alright, people need to mine faster. I want my bingo cards. 88 million left. Alright, let's put EO into our party. Which of these characters is done? Are you done? You are done. Is Flash today? No, it's not. Flash is on the 16th. Oh, there was another EO in my party. No, mine's slower. I want more crystals. Crystals aren't lasting. You have to accept it. You got to accept it. You know, I need a filter that's like the opposite. That's like exclude whatever I click. Because I want to exclude collabs here. Okay, you're almost done. You're almost done. You're not even close. La 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 la. They're in denial. Stop being in denial. Let's go to co-op. Stage 1 hard, stage 2 hard. Only if you stop denying your chocolate addiction. The difference here is that I'm not in denial because it doesn't exist. Meanwhile, we have empirical data that we've been losing about, what is it, 920 mil a day. And we started today at, what is it, 600. There's a difference because I have proof and you have zero proof. Chat, did you guys see that, like, apparently there was like a preview of 3 houses or review copies or something? I've not looked into any of like the talk around this preview, but like the one thing that I saw was SkillUp's thumbnail, which was 30 hours hands-on. I was like, holy 30 hours. Like that was my thought. Like Fortune's Weave is out when? September what, chat? September something, right? September 17th. We're like a month out. And they're dropping like 30-hour previews or something. Like that's sort of nuts. You've seen some good screenshots. Yeah, I haven't looked up anything. I don't think I will look up anything. I don't think I'll watch any of this stuff. But I think it shows like insane confidence.
知らなかったものを知れるのは嬉しいわね。
目標達成だ。想定より早かったな。
お褒めに預かり光栄です。次の課題も達成してみせます。
カタリナ先輩に近づけたっす。
もっと
Alright, that's done into the event. I need to farm the event today, don't I? I do. Have you guys all farmed this?
見事なものです。
Is this a personal playlist? No. I went song I like, right click song radio.
どうかお許しを。
砂浜の子守。
I like the vibe so far though. It's freebie time, so I've got energy, I see.
覚悟せよ。
見事なものです。
娘は神よ、どうかお許しを。
向こうの褒美を考えておくといい。
神よ、どうかお許しを。
They're telling us to spark this banner. Who is? We've gotten so many crystals.
許さん。
I don't know if I should buy Pacopia. Why is that? Will this upcoming Flash Gala have all Summer Yukata characters included, or is it certain ones? Everybody will be there. Not everybody will be Sparkable.
せめて娘は
どうじゃ煩悩は払われたかのう。
神よどうかお許しを。
見事なものです。どうじゃ煩悩は払われたかのう。
Have I had any fun with my new Cassius? Cassius? Oh, he is in a party. Which party is he? I don't even know. I've used him like once so far. I haven't tested anything. I haven't made any new setups, so I've basically just been keeping all my old stuff. I may have broken a toe kicking a half-closed door in the dark this morning. Hopefully it's a sprain or something and not a broken toe. That sucks. I'm sorry to hear that, Cat. You stayed up till 3 a.m. for Crystal's PvP. Will the Crystals survive today? No, it won't. It's barely gonna survive the hour, let alone today, yeah. Your crystals, blame all the seasonals. Smiley face.
神よどうかお許しを。
お見事。
なぜだ。
さあ得意点。バカンスの時間ですよ。
Wish they'd limit crystals to rank 50 plus. Okay, no, I'm sort of memeing. No, this event is for seasonals. I think that's dumb.
考えておくといい。
覚悟せよ。神よどうかお許しを。
Only for premium pass holders. Is that so? Alright, hold up. Let's buy whatever we can first. So we buy okay, we have to farm more. Let's go here. Let's put this under temp. Delete that one. Have I seen... Did I use Gwyn in any setup outside of PBHL? Random FAs, yeah.
調子に乗るな。許さん。調子に乗るな。
Most FAs you can just chuck her in and she just works. Like I put her in my Midas FA, she worked. I put her in Bennu, of course, Galleon, yeah. Oh, I haven't tried in VMT because that one's a little bit more specific, but yeah.
覚悟せよ。調子に乗るな。覚悟せよ。
She's a good character.
調子に乗るな。神
I
よ。
think
顔を許しよ。
for the purpose of the scam, I think a lot of people are wondering if she's worth it
バカンスの時間
outside of Burst or things like that. And the way I see it is like, it's Naru in all of your FAs. The answer is probably not.
見事なもの
But would you like to have Naru as, like, in general as a character? And if the answer is yes, you probably want Gwyn as well. I think Gwyn is actually better than Naru in situations where you don't have enough damage to actually cut buttons as well. So, like, for example, I've received the question a lot, hey, Gwyn doesn't seem worth it for Magna. Or is Gwyn worth it for Magna, etc., right? And the direct parallel I would draw here is like, would you consider Naru not worth it in Magna? Because I would say no. Because Naru has the exact same support that Gwyn does, right? In Magna. They're both very, very similar characters. But Gwyn's strength is that she can click more buttons to do more damage. Which, you know, that to me sounds like something Magna would want to do.
神よ。
Like, you're a little bit off on range, but clicking Gwyn's S2 a couple extra times now puts you in range.
バカン
That sounds like more useful applications than Primal to me, to be honest.
調子に乗るな。
見事
And the problem is FA doesn't support multiple zero turn buttons. Yeah, that's for FA though. Like, I'm talking like manual at the moment.
見事
Solo Monas character, I don't factor in whether a character is good for Solo Monas into whether I recommend them at the moment.
神よ。
Mostly because I think you can use whatever you want in Solo Monas.
調子に乗るな。
お見事
神よ。どうかお許しを。せめて。娘は。
どうじゃ煩悩は払われたかの
調子に乗るな。
見事なものです
許さん。調子に乗るな。
向こうの褒美をか
許さん。冬は。
向こうの褒美を考えておくといい礼は天き供物で構わん
Kind of miffed that her one button is less damage than like Noir 2 buttons.
お見事
覚悟せよ。
Noir when getting to attack when HP is less than 50.
さあ
調 神よどうかお許しを。調子に乗るな。
向こうの褒美をか
覚悟せよ。
見事なものです。さあ得意点、バカンスの時間ですよ。
調子に乗るな。
お見事。
神よどうかお許
見
しを。
事な
せめて
ものです。
娘は。調子に乗るな。
見事なものです。
許さん。
見事なものです。
娘は。調子に乗るな。
お見事。
神よどうかお許しを。
見事な
Let's see. Adamin.
Adamin just subscribed for 67 months. 67, 67, 67, 67, 67, 67, 67.
I'll allow it. Hello, Fractal. Ada, thank you for the 67-month subscription.
調子に乗るな。許さん。
Cap says low effort.
調子に乗るな。
見事なものです。
You're in Orlando for CEO. Oh, have fun.
救いはないのか。目標達成だ。想定より早かったな。
お褒めに預かり光栄です。次の課題も達成してみせます。
まだ
知らなかったものを知れるのは嬉しいわね。
Let's see. Grab that one. Grab. No, actually, don't care about that. Grab these. Let's get the chalices, and then I think I'm done. Trip is a shit show so far because we're trying to manage 15 people with 2 cars. Huh? That's a lot of people in 2 cars. What the hell?
神よどうかお許しを。
Please tell me they're like big fans at least.
向こうの褒
覚悟せよ。
見事なものです。さあ得意点、
We have to keep trading the cars between us.
調子に乗るな。
見事なものです。
神よどうかお許
見
しを。
事なものです。
ないのか。
Hosting Nihui Vinte right now is Pain, the HL one. I think at reset, I should have tried hosting mine. They were dying instantly. But yeah, now it's not.
調子に乗るな。
見事なものです。
覚悟せよ。
お見事。
悔いはないのか。
さあ得意点バカンスの時間ですよ。
Did I just get 67 casino chips? Did I see that right? Your team is not made for the raid past 20%. Yeah, many people's aren't because it's hard. It's hard for it to be.
許さん。
お見事。
悔いはないのか。調子に乗るな。覚悟せよ。
こんな大事な時に失敗しちゃうの。こんな
Hello, Markipion.
Makipion just subscribed for 67 months. What happens if you eat tinfoil?
What happens if you eat tinfoil? You probably die. What happens, Marky? Host should do the last 20% reverse diaspora. You sheet metal. Is that a +2 or a -2, chat? Nico says -4. Silver Dawn says -1. Why are my puns not appearing on there? I don't know. Actually, to be fair, maybe maybe sub messages don't show up. I can see this because I know sub messages are like slightly different in the database. Feels birthday, man. Nico's been watching 1070. Wait, is it your birthday, Nico? Nine for 235. It is your birthday. Happy birthday, Nico. Feels birthday, man. Happy birthday. I don't know how this lined up with the streak pop-up 2 years in a row, but I'll take it. Happy birthday to my #1 Genshin whale friend. I think he's making up things again. He's projecting so hard, he really is.
実に進める。今だ。我々の覚悟を見せつけるぞ。受けてみるかい。
そこここだ。どうかどうか。
遅い遅い。はっ。よよよ。
Marky, what did you think about where's my Marcus S27 video? Are you sure you want that?
今だ。我々の覚悟を見せつけるぞ。一丁やるよ。
Are you sure you want Shnez Naya on mobile?
遅い。知れ。遅い。よっ。てい。空。
We're in the last 50 million crystals. Is that on 27? No, it's on S23 Ultra. S23 LMFAO. 23 is not even that old though, let's be real. Is there something wrong with that, says Omikin? Omikin, I know that you might have been looking at geometric shapes in towns for a long time, but no, it's not normal. There is a distinct lack of polygons here. That is definitely not normal. Absolutely not. Now someone do Bua. I cannot tell you how much it bothers me or making that tweet you sent. Omiking sent this tweet, chat. Wuthering Waves favorite Wuthering Waves 5-star resonator poll, chat. Who's first place? Oh, it's Hiyuki, right? Jokes, it's this tiny image on the left. Who thought this was a good idea? I don't get it. Why would you make a graphic like this? Let's put first, second, third in fucking tiny images on the left and make your eyes go to the center of the image, which is over here. Peak graphic design. I didn't realize Carter Thea was so popular though. She's like consistently top, what is it? Top 5, yeah. Third, second, fifth, third. You've had employees with this logic, so bad. She had a lot of story. Her character's cool. The like the ult and stuff. My Denia's third in JP. Denia third in JP, second in Taiwan. 4th here, and then global, she's the lowest. She's lower than I thought she would be in global. What are the unique characters? Like characters that are like, there's a plane flying overhead. But yeah, what are the characters that aren't in everyone? Mornier is not in everyone, right? Yeah, Mornier is not in the top one. Is that the only one? I think so. Oh, Changlei's not in this one. Changlei's not in Korea. Frolova? Which one's missing Frolova? No, Frolova's in all of them. 6th, 8th, 10th, 8th. Taiwan doesn't have Rover, true. So Rover, Mornier, and what did I just say a moment ago? The other one. Japan's missing Rover too. True. Yeah, no Rover in Japan. But yeah, pretty consistent top 10, right? Good designs are good designs. But yeah, Imeth being number 1 in everywhere is so funny. When are you finishing La Hairoi? Maybe I do that. Haven't played Wuwa in a while. Last one I put was Cardia. I finished I was going through Luca's story last, I think. I think I hadn't started Denia. There's a fire gif in the comment section. What? Because there's a penguin? It's the stalker lady from Rando Wiz Memes. I don't know Rando Wiz Memes. You have Orange Girl before Denia. Oh, I think I'm on Orange Girl, actually, yeah. Notice how she's not on the chart. You have to do Orange Girl quest, which is the worst. You don't like Imeth because she was gatekeeping your Hiyuki? That's fair. Gatekeeping materials always sucks. It's the worst, but I think I enjoyed it quite a bit. Okay. Is it the story or that mainly you enjoyed? Or was it like the characters or... What game does that, bruh? Yeah, it's almost like there's a game at the moment where you have to complete the main story to explore. Right, Marky? Otherwise you like just freeze to death or something. Characters feel pretty tied together. Okay. By shitter, she means entire versions with characters she doesn't like.
痛くしちゃうよ。
Dun, da, da, da. $50 hours to flash, right? I don't count in countdowns. But on the wiki it says ends in 2 days and 8 hours. Hopefully that answers your question. I'm listening to the vocal OST and Lahai Roy tracks are really strong. Are they? Are they on the Are they on Spotify? Is there a playlist or an album with all of them? That one, thank you. Wait, does the wiki still show the old flash time, or am I dumb? It might show the old flash time, actually, you're right. It does. The wiki shows the old flash time, so it's 8 hours behind, I think, right? Yeah, it would be 8 hours behind. No, it would be 7 hours behind. I don't know how to edit that. Hey, is it safe to use extra Xeno Showdown Anima quartz to get the light quartz for uncapping my M3 weapons, or is Xeno weapon still important to get evolve? No, I don't think any Xeno weapon is used in a serious fashion these days. They at most they would just be like filler weapons until you get better ones. But I am talking about Xeno and not Exo at the moment. But currently Exo is not available, so I assume you're talking about Xeno stuff in the shop, right? Like these ones. Where is it? You're talking about this stuff. This is fine to do. Yep, that's fine to do, this one. That's good to do. Hello, Kira. Eister, did we get a 5? That synth there reminds me of a different track. I forget which one. No. I don't think we're getting more balls. Oh no.
私に合わせて弾いてみて。うるさいのは嫌い。違和感あるでしょ。この旋律を聞くと。
There's space for 4 more. That doesn't mean we're getting 4 more though. I feel like they'd just make it rows of 8 if we just got 16. I think, okay. I need an artist's opinion here, but I've seen this notion far too much. Where people assume that, hey, something that's designed symmetrically is better than something that's asymmetric. And I disagree with that entirely. Like, I've seen people, like, too many people say, hey, like this, how many is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, let me. Like that this is better than. I need this left aligned, but that this is better than this. Or whatever. You get the point I'm trying to make. Yeah, symmetry is horrible in art composition. Like, just because there's room here doesn't mean that it's a good idea to fill that room. It's often, for visuals, it's often better to have this than to even it out. Wearing my nuance hat, it depends. I mean, true, of course it depends. But like, for example, I've seen like people say this exact same thing for like, for Relink, right? Like I've seen the Relink playable characters. Like in the Relink menu. I don't have it. But like you guys know like in the blue inventory like filter menu, basically there's like yeah, Versus is another one where people saw like, hey, for it to be perfect symmetry, they're like, hey, please add 2 more so that it's like perfectly symmetrical or whatever. And it's like, I think I have to open. Relink. Yeah, that's me, says Eister. Let me quickly open Relink just to show what I mean. If there isn't 4 more balls, the design is bad. That should not be little star placeholders. Yeah, but we're not talking about clothing at the moment. What? People absolutely wear asymmetric socks as well, yeah. Get what menu it was. I don't know. Either way, there was a Relink menu where you got to see the characters in like a grid format. And like it was like 2 characters off or something. So yeah.
に守り抜く。
Going like 1 minute ago, I just assumed you're talking about clothes. No. Graphic design, really. Oh yeah, DY or Mikin, are you two free at 7 Pacific noon, wherever your Nightmare Oz time zone is?
俺が相手だ。
Next week, 22nd, 23rd.
ここだけの
守るために戦う。
違和感あるでしょこの旋律を聞くと
Can you give me an exact? Are you saying noon? Noon on the 23rd, is that what we're saying?
行くぜ行くぜ。どれ。
ネビリューサフリューデ
It'd be noon on the 23rd. Okay, 7 a.m. PST.
俺が相手だ。
1 hour from now. Yeah, that works.
行くぜ行くぜ。せい。
That works for me. Is that a weekend? It's like 1 hour before when we would normally do tenner for tenner, I think.
ほら
Were we planning a tenner for tenner that weekend though? Would be my question. We did one earlier, like we did one last week, so I wasn't planning on doing one this week. At that point, not much has
ちゃってくれ。
actually happened.
大丈夫
Yeah, no, I think we're skipping that weekend anyways.
嫌い
ごめんね。
俺が相手だ。
よっほらよっと。
行くぜ行くぜ行くぜ。
ほらこれは聞いてみて
俺が相手だ。
ここだけの秘密だよ。
I can set 5 alarms, I guess.
グリュン・ラウニッシュ。
行くぜ行くぜ。せい。
ネビリューサフリューデ
It'll be my birthday. Birthday quiz.
俺が相手だ。
Oh, okay, I'll stay asleep. How's that a good birthday gift, ditching me?
ハウスブルフ。シュラーク。
これはほら聞いてみて
俺が相手だ。
I wouldn't want to wake you up with my alarm.
行くぜ行くぜ。せい。
区会はことごとく流星し違和感あるでしょこの旋律を聞くと
よっとよっとよっと。
どれ。行くぜどれ。
これは聞いてみて
俺が相手だ。
ここだけの秘密だよ。グリュン・ラウニッシュ。
The last print set time to go home. Also,
フリューデ
it's a 25-minute wind FA. Okay, it's not 25 minutes. But also it's sub HL. Do you have a sub HL FA? Actually, you have the water one, don't you? Fucking sack.
俺が相手だ。絶対に守り抜く。
You just wait, sir. We don't have Ranger Origin yet. You're done so soon. You're done soon. What if it speeds it up? Yeah, that's why I'm saying you're done. This is an interesting track. And then water switches to her Svelga main. Oh my god. Watching sub HL single attack is so weird. Watching sub HL triple attack is weird for me. I know I try. How are we today? I'm doing well. Okay, Mr. My Ellie's Tenet does something. Water's debuff resistance. It's good. It's good, but it also doesn't really matter, as you can see, because I land debuffs anyways. Yeah, like the most meaningless one is Dark, and then Fire's not the best, but it's something. I think Light is very easily, like, just mitigated these days. So past that, it's really just dirt and wind, I think. Dirt makes you do less damage, wind makes him triple attack. Yeah, Dark is Dispel. Which, you know, it is still annoying in the context of, like, maybe a full auto solo. Like, it's not nothing in full auto solo. Light used to be the most important one. Debatable. Seeing things like Lin's won't fill up. Yeah, Reset was nuts. Sheep has a general question. Okay. Do people here look up set lists from a tour before going to a concert? I don't regularly go to modern music concerts, so I can't really say. But in my case for classical, yeah. I mean, it's less of a set list. Like, you have a program, and I know what's being played in the program. So I don't think my experiences are applicable here. Dispel is genuinely kind of annoying, yeah. I mean, Dispel is the one reason I run Neo in this team, right? So if there wasn't Dispel, I would probably run somebody else.
嫌だ嫌だ。
早く帰りたい。
俺が相手だ。開廷する。
If you're tight for time between other things, like a convention, then yes, says Michelle from YouTube. Distant Worlds, Final Fantasy Orchestra stuff tends to have a few flex spots and a few standards. Yoasobi has apparently been doing the same set list each stop of their US tour. Imagine having perma team-wide dispel cancel. Back in the day, no, it was really just Earth. It was Earth, then I would say Light. Because water was circumvented by Thor. That's the thing. You just called Thor or Bubs and then suddenly everybody could land their debuffs anyways. Water was maybe impactful for like until people started Thoring. So yeah, it was really Dirt. Dirt was priority number 1 because we just didn't have the grid or the damage to make sure we did damage. So Dirt needed to go down. So that was number 1. And then I would say Light was second. Light and Wind, I would say I would put Light above Wind. And it's because Light just put a clock on your team because it was a ticking time bomb basically. And then yeah, if Wind wasn't low by 50%, you were doomed. But Wind was, yeah, if Wind wasn't low by 50%, most people just died to his triple attacks. We were failing 15 mil damage omens on full chains until Dirt hit like 7 stacks and other elements. Exactly, yeah. Fire and Wind were convenient. Nah, I wouldn't say Fire's on the same level as Wind. Fire pretty much like water. Fire was like doomed once Thor started coming out. The 17 minutes, Marky. It's not even that slow for sub HL. Not having a good Wind player felt like torture. Pretty much, yeah. Like, I never experienced that because I play Wind, right? But anytime a room didn't have a Wind or there was like imposter Wind who was a bit slower at clearing stacks or whatever, it was like, hey, my team just melted at 50%. Which makes sense. He gets echo buffs and then he just attacks 6 times to your team back then, you just die. It's actually not that bad. Exactly, Marky. So yeah, I would say first month sub HL priority, it was Dirt, Light, Wind, Fire, Water, Dark. Some people might put Water above Fire, I think. But I personally think Water just died as soon as Thor came out. But the thing is, Water was a better HL element, so people didn't mind having Water. As opposed to Dark, which the Tenet seems useless. To be honest, I think people judge the Tenet too harshly. To be quite frank. Like, the Dark Tenet isn't, like, awful, because, like, yes, good important buffs were undispellable, but, like, there are still a lot of good things that are dispellable. So, like, Dark was judged harshly, but I think it was also because Dark as an element wasn't really equipped to deal with this raid well at the time. Yeah, also Water got defaulted to execute, exactly. Water or Light, right? Dark Tenant was bad. Yeah, the thing about the Dark Tenant is that it was RNG. I agree with that.
よっよっほら
So like even if it's at like 5, it's like you can get dispelled at a crucial moment.
これ
So
ほら聞いてみて
like it's by far the worst design tenant. Like I'm trying to think what else they could have done, but random debuffs is even worse. That would have been awful.
ネビリューサフリューデ
Almost feels like Dark could have been like the plane damage and Light could have been something else. A lower value Omni boost. What's an Omni boost? Like just boost stats in general or something? Just a little bit of everything. I feel like Light has too many characters that do basically the same thing. I think that's an entirely different topic than the one we're talking about. And perhaps a discussion for another time. Extreme Reincarnated Ultimate Bahamut will do 1 random debuff per Dark Tenant. Random debuffs. I mean, it depends on the pool, but that sounds so bad.
大丈夫だよわた深いはことごとく流星しうるさいのは嫌い
ごめんねさあやろうか
I think what they could have done is not a random debuff, but a unique debuff that is placed. And like the debuff like by default has like stacks. And the more it gets stacked up, the more detrimental it is. And then as the tenant is lowered, he applies less of those stacks or something.
これは聞いてみて
Obviously, like you would have to design the debuff so that it's not debilitating, but maybe it like lowers your attack and defense, or maybe it just lowers your defense or something like that. Imagine Lu fed, but it's simultaneously Wilnas Iwia and Wham the Scallion.
ネビリューサフリューデ
Back then, Magna couldn't play the raid right? Wrong.
俺が相手だ絶対守るために戦う
そほら
There's never been a raid on release where Magna couldn't play exactly.
聞いてみて
俺の力じゃ守れないのか海底
Wait a second, what happened to my vein? Hello? Yeah, whatever, it's fine.
耳を澄ませ私が裁く
I think it'll be fine, we'll see. Katz is a good character, I'm sure it'll be fine. S3 got strong armed. Oh, so that means he used up an
戦慄にひれ伏せ
undying stack before 75. That's what happens. Okay.
行け踊れ行け
ネビリューサフリューデ
Good morning. I just logged in, got some crystals. It looks like it's about to run out. Yeah, it's going to run out very soon. Extremely soon. Go get your crystals, chat. There's 13 million left. Holy.
違和感あるでしょこの
All Ellies could reduce the stacks to 0 on release.
よっほらよっと
That's not really how the raid worked.
聞いてみて
That's asking a very specific question.
ここだけの
So I don't think that warrants answering in the first place.
行け行け響け
グリュンラウにし
Yeah, like sub HL didn't clear on release with all stacks at 0. It just that wasn't a thing.
戦慄にひれ伏せ
ネビリューサフリューデ大丈夫だよ。うるさいのは嫌い。
ごめんね。ほらほらよっと。
響踊れ行け
聞いてこれはどう？
あれれやっちゃうよっよっと。
響行け響け
ほらこれはどう？
Does the second chance meaning for the bingo affect cards that have not hit bingo yet? I have no idea.
グリュンラウニッシュ
I'm not sure.
ひれ伏せ
It's interesting that early bird HL is trending.
ネビリューサフリューデ
That is funny. Reset rates were sort of nuts. Everybody making sure that they get their crystals.
一緒に演奏しよう。
The classic
さあ
the classic over joining of raids was happening too.
響け
Like
違
this.
和感あるでしょ？
33 people in a 30-man raid. This is just normal behavior, and if you notice what raid this is in the background, it's Lindworm.
ほらほらほら
行け行け行け
これは聞いてみて。
You just get a draw for loot directly. Every 3 non-bingo cards, you get a pity card. Okay, there you go, Kushala.
区会はことごとく流星し。
You think you did Atom? I was on the raid screen. The raid, just the general raid one. I was just here,
戦慄にひれ伏
and it was this tab was just insta depleting. And then I went to like these ones. I did a couple Siegs, I did a couple Nihuis. I joined PBHL, but like that was the wrong idea. Because I think it also depends on honors or something. Because like I would do like 1.5 mil and not get crystals sometimes. I was like, okay, whatever. Mainly did light odious.
ほらほら
行け
I'm also surprised that the raids are actually dying, and it's not just 33 people pressing one skill and leaving. Well, that's the thing. The raid needs to die for you to get the crystals. That's why people were killing the raid.
大丈夫だよ。私に合わせて弾いてみて。
Yeah, and it's honors based as well. So
ごめんね。ほらほら
行け響行け
ほら聞いてこれはどう？
判決
さあやろうか。
響け響け踊れ
お手並み拝見
33 people doing a 0 button kills Lindworm like 5 times over.
戦慄にひれ伏せ
ネビリューサフリューデ違和感あるでしょこの旋律を聞くと。
よっほらよっと。
踊る響行け。
ほらこれは聞いてみて。
8 mil left.
次の曲は私が団長に合わせ
For an easy raid, Lindworm does have quite a lot of HP though. Yeah, Lindworm's tanky.
よっよっそれ。
この旋律にひれ伏せ。
My friends traded dragons back and forth until everyone had their crystals.
ネビリューサフリューデ
Looks like Cuts is working fine. Yeah, Cuts is fine. Honestly, Vayne's main purpose is to just tank 75.
やっちゃう。
That's really it.
グリュンラウニッシュ。
行け。踊る響け。
聞いてこれはどう
Like, we have enough defense and stuff to easily tank his echoes, so the extra dispel doesn't really matter. I think Vayne does do a little bit more damage than Cuts overall though. But it's nothing like super major or anything.
ほらよっよっと。
この旋律にひれ伏せ。
ネビリューサフリューデ
6 million left.
一緒に演奏し
さあやろうか。
Back home, can I sleep? No, you have to mine crystals.
大丈夫だようるさいのは嫌い
ごめんね。グリュンラウニッシュ。
響け。行け。響け。
ほら聞いてこれはどう
聞かせても。
違和感あるでしょこの旋律を聞くと
I don't need free crystals, says Maplasa.
そよっそれ。
この旋律にひれ伏せ。
ネビリューサフリューデ
Will FA0 and Hexa, or will FAR0 and Hexa have Ascendant Pro in the future? Probably.
おね
まだだ。
ツガガガーンこっからが本番それで逃げてるつもり
10k and 3k pulls from the 10 bill.
踊る行け。
こっからが本番
判決。
こっからが本番それで逃げてるつもり
You saw someone get a gold bar from the bingo. 4 million left.
この旋律にひれ伏せ。
きこっからが本番。それで逃げてるつもり？は、そこ弱い。
A 1742. It wasn't even that much slower. 1735. I wonder if I should try Cassius here. I don't think I should. I have to drop Neo or Lamorak. I mean, we could drop Vayne, but... There's 4 million left. $3.4. I think my rewards today were M3 gun. I'm pretty sure. 100 pots and M3 gun. Amazing. $2.7, $2.4. A 500. What are you guys talking about? What, this one? It draws from here. Okay, it says here. There'll be news soon, but a new Slay the Spire patch 2 dropped. Oh, really? I don't know when. I'm probably returning to Slay the Spire once it's in 1.0, I think. 2.1. 1.9. You got Snarters in. Do I get my Steam baby in chat? Just for the last day? Do it? You guys just want the bingos. What if I get cancelled on Twitter because there was one person who missed out, and it's because I took the last crystal? Chat, has anyone seen the Forest Gauntlet event in Solomonis? Which Forest Gauntlet one? We're at the final million? Alright, chat, I logged in. Hold up. Do I have skips? I don't even know if this account has skips. Okay, we might be doomed. We might be doomed. I don't got skips. All right, it's fine. We took the login 500, right? That's good enough. All right, while we're here, we'll do this. I opened, saw no skips, and then I closed. Yeah. Neglected Steam, baby. Yeah, I only played it on stream. Ding dong, ding dong. Is it there? Are we done? Oh, it is done. Alright, hold up. Hold. One sec. We'll do this in a moment. Let me finish this Wilnus. Pause this. Turn on the musics. Alright, here we go. Completed. I thought it would refresh that. Go back. No, it didn't. Alright. You have 2 unfinished cards? Okay, it's fine. View bingo cards. Here we go. What? That's bingo. Bingo, bingo. Okay, that's another bingo. Why does your game suck? It's not. Is it not meant to be this laggy? Mine's so laggy here. Bingo. It is not. Okay. I don't know. The bingo screen's super laggy for me for whatever reason. Bingo. Where's my bingo? No, one away. Bingo. I see it. Bottom line. Bingo. Diagonal. Diagon alley. One away there. One away there. I'm missing 2. No, it's not my first time seeing all the cards. Missing 2. What numbers did I get fucked by? Let's see. 21. 21 and 14. And then 4, 17, 10, 5, 14. There was so many outs here. What the hell? All right, here we go, chat. By clicking. We're going through. We're going through. Pick up prize. Card 2. Click. Ooh, I take those. Nice. Pick up. That is awful. Next. Take it. Whatever. Yeah, sure. Awful. Awful. Oh, stop giving me mats. Oh my. Stop. It's my last one. We're on to the last card, chat. Alright, anyways. Anyways. A knick-knack sure is generous. One, two, three, 4 earrings, 1 R Miller, a couple rings. Should have just opened as you got them. Nah, it's fine. It's fine. And second chance draws the pity on Mikin. So missing 2 is the worst, basically. I missed 2, which means I missed out on pity draw. I mean, I guess it's the same, right? Missing 2 versus one of those being a bingo. To be fair, it's the exact same. That makes no sense. Yeah, it's the same. It doesn't actually matter. Yeah, it's the same, so it doesn't matter. Pity draw can just, yeah, pity doesn't have any weighting to it, so I missed 5. Okay, that feels bad. It's not the same for me. You missed 4. Yeah, missing 4 feels bad. Ice Cream says I got all of them. I thought it was guaranteed. Get them, chat. I'm going to go get some water. I take no responsibility in what happens to Ice Cream while I'm gone. I'm back. We've banned streamers for promoting violence against children. That's not what I said. Mm-hmm. Was the ice cream timed out? What happened? Alright, hold up. Let's play today's Who Done Chat Chat. Who Done Chat Daily. I'm scared to talk. He's actually one of the more viable 4-star free-to-play DPS on release, if I recall correctly. Okay. Shalem looks so cute. Inuvi. Shit, I forgot to do that last week. Oh boy. Okay. Hello, Bendy. Did they lose damage from TARNG or whatever? I see. I have my own fan running, so I'm hearing that only. Oh, this is like impossible. That was so hard. One of these days, I'm going from an iPhone 11 to I don't know what Android I'll go for yet. Primal player Jeter versus Magna Gran. Trade in for iPhone. Okay. 5k meat and no drops. Mob. Fuck. Perhaps I swap Tai out for Rainbow Girl. I don't know what this means. I don't know what that... I didn't understand. Mop? Yeah, I thought that was Mop as well. 1 day of non-crystal special loot from bingo event tomorrow. Don't forget. 7 out of 10, pretty good. Pretty good. No, it's not, says Omikin. Okay. Hey, Mr. Streamer. CA cap or skill cap better on Hon's Zodiac? Is this Twitch chat only? It would be, yeah. On. Fuck. Boosted A Halo based on group ID used to be like this. Breaker. I get what you mean there. Delimo. So Odious will be kinda the upgrade after Omega, but probably once all the raids and summon caps release. Don't agree with the upgrade there, but... okay. At Colin Sky Peak, probably just 2 dice. It goes back to 6 because he immediately gains 6 from low skill hits. Lopperic? Yep. I have Utsu Halloween Dog and Nehan. Okay. At Pew Pew, it just tells you that the base rate is 0.6% per draw over the course of 80 draws or whatever the pity is. K-Teen. Wait, I thought this was Valentine's character prediction. Thinking Murdy or Reed. This one's hard though, could be anybody. EP says question mark. Someone was chatting to you. feel like Murdy would put a Monka, but Monka would probably go in a different message altogether, to be fair. Fuck. Actually, I say row like row, not gonna lie. Okay, it's one of these, I think. Oh, I lost the 50-50 so many times. Horrible. It's okay. I'll redeem myself here. Is it truly a 50-50? If I've narrowed it down to 2, then yeah. I'm building characters at multiple gear levels to play with friends. I clicked it! What do you mean? I clicked it! Kangaroo's like WTF. I don't know. Okay, that one was... I actually don't know. New build who dis? July. Here we. Only one way to find out Gamba. Eister. PoE 1, I think I'm done for a good while. Wait, why were there 2 types of color dimensional chains? What's the difference between blue and pink? Oh, Vesusia release, huh? Thunder? It doesn't do that with mine, just asking. This could be anything. Kira. Oh, come on. Universal Collapse is the theme for Devourer of Gods from Terraria's Calamity. I don't know who plays Terraria, man. Okay, today's was fucked. You guys have to admit that today's cold cases were fucked. Like, the one time I just happened to ask about Terraria and somebody answers who knows Terraria. Like, how am I meant to remember who said what? I'll go again. Just retire. Go again, go again. This one is you keep going until you make 5 mistakes. It's 5 strikes and you're out, basically. I won't say you should never do it, but the vast majority of people shouldn't. Echo. Time to get SSR Ipatsu with S1 cooldown cut artifact. Yeah, Ada's not saying that. I don't think Bonky's saying that either, so Blue Storm. I like gambling on GBF Casino, so it's okay. Alright, this is a 33%. Okay. We won the 33%. Bonk. Just check the latest Grand Blues, Argentum. Cowlick. I've been in the gold bar mines. Okay, Plus says Snarters is not saying that. It's not that hard to get 2 chilling summons, right? Buster. Fire Ogi is also pretty good since most fights are V2 for Sanchira. Man, you can use Dancer to force her to Ogi into triggering more Shunko. Smiley face. Rita? Okay. The sand part is very expensive until you spent like 80 or so. Okay, I didn't know what that was referring to. At Ariatel, they know how to make us busy, but we always have time to rest. Three M3 weapons from my Tiamat today. We are blessed. Rogue. Is that normal? Question mark. Anybody could say this. What do you mean? Bullying the homeless. BC Stare SMH. I don't think that's me. It's so worth it though, yes. This is Nico Boomy. I'm gonna go with Nico. Fuck. I saw a post of Water doing 4 Ogis with Durandal. Liches. How is that not like a Liches statement there? Alright, 10 out of 15. You were gonna say Liches too.
ヒロインは夏祭りを制するの。
Alright, most want it. You should know, cause that's during FO abuse. That's too meta for Liches.
鍛えてやる。試してやろう。
団長さんを傷つけるなら許さん。
BC Maj stream buffering. I'm gonna go with munching.
キョンシーパワー。
They so cute.
盛り上がってきたの。傷つけさせない。やっつけちゃうぞ。
I see.
ミルクちゃんの射的だ。
Penguins are cute.
キエコーでこれで。
Maki wasn't the one who said penguins are cute?
やっつけちゃうぞ。
Maki fucking fake fan here. Actually, Maki never types with a capital.
消えて。
But he's rarely on phone too, so I should have known from this. What's this? No, this is regular chatter, but not like top 10% of chat messages that are sent, I think. It's somewhere more towards the middle of the bell curve.
消して。
I think we're doomed here.
背に切れるか。
Think we're doomed here. Surely the last two statements are easy to tell. No. I would need context.
やっつけちゃうぞ。
These are on the same day, right? This is on 8th of Jan. This is on 8th of Jan. They are so cute. Penguins are cute. So that we were clearly watching something or talking about something. And it just happened to be penguins.
帯結び直さないと。
It's all from January this year.
長さんの邪魔はさせない。
Were you not in Japan? This would have been Japan. You're right. This would have been in Japan.
さあ消え。
8th of Jan? Was 8th of Jan in Japan?
夏の主役になってね。
We were back. Okay, in that case, we would have been looking at the photos, yeah. We would have been looking at photos and we're back. Now this is sort of cooked. Unfortunately.
全部消して。
Rest mode? Alright, chat says rest mode. It's not. I see. Okay. This doesn't help us at all.
ライライベルトロナン。これで。
None of these are identifying statements.
やっつけちゃうぞ。
もろい。
ミルクちゃんの射的だよ。
Odious.
やっつけちゃうぞ。
Do Do you guys understand why a couple days ago I said like this mode feels impossible?
の主役になってみせるの。
Gusta? Alright, let's just go Gusta. Holy, it was Gusta! It was Gusta. Did Omikin go back and VOD check? I don't know. But Gusta did line up with everything there.
これで
No, the VOD wouldn't be up, yeah, actually.
やっつけちゃうぞ。帯結び直さないと。
Very few people post what the code is.
手つないでもいい？盛り上がってきたの。お任せあれ。
There we go. There's today's Who Done chat.
よっこいせ。よっこいせ。よっこいせ。とえいとよいしょ。てそれそれ。やっつけちゃうぞ。
知っている技ばかりだ。
みんなでキョンシーになる？よっこいせ。
Dun, 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 dun.
よっこいせ。
Omikin's also too lazy or not motivated enough to go back in the VOD. I also think that's true.
それえいそれ。
Partially.
浅はかだな。
I think there is some truth to that.
試して。
やっつけちゃうぞ。ミルクちゃんの射的だよ。 よっこいせ。ライライベルトロナン。
Alright, let's answer some Mond questions, chat.
それ。エターナルデザイア。
Regarding tenor for tenor, I could have used a bar to uncap Chris Velka to 5-star on starters instead of farming 30 go H. I think it'd be thematic if we could borrow a term from Relink. Nihila. Okay, we're not doing that.
よっこいせ。
Unfortunately, I think calling a grid Nihila is not a thing.
それそれえい。
I think this is Relink with Joro talking.
やっつけちゃうぞ。夏の主役になってみせるの。
Based using a bar for 5-star.
よっこいせ。とえいと。相思相愛。てえい。
You mentioned on tenor for tenor that grids are sorted by clear speed. I'm curious if there's similar consideration for the order of classes going across the top. So currently I'm in the process of reorganizing all
つないでもいい？
classes. Should not be the top level tabber for any of them except maybe the HR.
お役立ちですよ。
Organization for those.
みんなでキョンシーになる？ミルクちゃんの射的だよ。
Mr. DYDK, I have enough to spark Sanchiro, but then Summer Paler is coming. I have 90k crystals and 100 tickets. If I spark Capella will I get enough crystals before the end of the year? November 30th. November 30th should be fine, right? They have 90,000 and so they're on 100, so it needs 200 before November. That should be fine, right, chat? Like you have enough by October. I'm pretty sure by Halloween, so yeah, this should be fine.
やっつけちゃうぞ
You will have another spark by November Legend. On.
相思相愛
They will need to skip Halloween. I mean, they should hit Halloween though, no? Like the Legend Halloween.
みんなをやっつけちゃうぞ
浅はかだな。
Dun, 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 dun.
試して
I don't like this character, but the song's catchy, which annoys me. I hate it.
ベルトロナン そうで
Jammies, yeah. Did that one not post to Twitter?
夏のキョンシーパワーミルクちゃんの射的だよ 相思相愛
Yeah, we did. Alright, I was wondering, is there a way to show a cult room you know how to do a fire, but haven't cleared it? I want to do Vesusia, but many rooms require a 4 or 5-star weapon already. No, there isn't. There isn't.
キョンシーになる手つないでもいいよっこいせさあ
Yeah, requires the thing here. But rooms that list 4 or 5-star don't actually have a way of policing, checking. So if you feel confident to join,
やっつけちゃうぞ夏の主役になってみせるの
just join and don't sabo.
こいせ
Basically, but honestly, like, it's a hard rate. People will make mistakes. Right? So even if I have a 5-star weapon, that doesn't mean I'm impossible to making mistakes. Or like it's impossible for me to make mistakes. So yeah. On Reddit, some people are saying that modern Chinese gacha games are more generous than GPF in terms of the gacha department. Is that really true in your opinion?
デート作戦
Which games?
あるよ こいせとよいさ
驚いたな。
Mm. He was an expert on all modern Chinese gacha games, yeah. That was sarcasm, by the way.
受けてみるかい。かっこいいとこ見せとくれ。私を頼れ。まずは深呼吸さ。からくりの出番だね。家賃は強い。切り捨てる。受けてみるかい。
I'm not gonna share that one either. Only one more free temple left. What is the brick priority nowadays when investing into Primal? I'm guessing it's something like Exalto, Defense Ignore, Unique. We have a... Yeah, I think they're just calling, what's it called? Calling, the Resonator series that.
受けてみるかい。
Hi, okay, slightly weird question. Okay, let's hear it. I understand that you need to farm bullets to get the most out of Soldier. Still, I was wondering if the class scales up well enough that even with only 2 or 3 good bullets, it already starts showing significant results, or do you really need all 6 bullets before making Save Hrisvelga worth it? See, I can't really answer this question. Worth question alert. Okay, I've been trying to come up with M3 ROM setup for Yugi M3, and oh my god, it's been so frustrating. Like 15 debuffs is evil for Wind NA comps. Like by the time you reach 40 Yugi, it does her clear, but by that point your skill cooldowns are shot to death. Why does Kitten have a 12 turn cooldown? Why can't it be 9? Like using Baha Summon just nukes your damage. I'm gonna keep trying. Hello, I'm in a Japanese crew. So kawaii. How do I tell my bitch Danjo to activate buffs? It's been 3 days. Doesn't it auto activate now? What is the paid answer button? I don't know, but I think it has to do with like you have to pay to view it or some shit like that. I don't know if this was ever mentioned, but I can't find a lick of info. You know, the Steam version of GBF needs a brand new account and the drama surrounding that. Has Cygames ever mentioned implementing a way to transfer account data to Steam? To Steam from browser. I swear I saw it mentioned once, but never again. It's on timeline, right? I think. Oh, maybe we didn't put it on timeline. But it was at where was it? It was anniversary stream this year. Someone have the tweet or something? You got it, thank you. Thing goes over, yeah. Did I miss you checking them? Yeah, I didn't get anything. What are your thoughts on... Okay, chat, what is B? That's a typo, right? What's your thoughts of free-to-play with the Water Odious update comparing to M3? Maybe the new collab character. Don't understand. I wish Lockout is shorter in HL. Just HL, not normal fights. Feel like a third of the raids, you're just waiting for Lockout. With so many Ogi reactivates, it feels worse. I'm thinking of how to how I want to respond here.
どけどけ消え切り捨てる空てよっ行くぞそこねさあ止めてみせてどけどけせ切り捨てるよっ空て行くぞ受け止めてみせて受けてみるかいこれでも必要の騎士なんでねどけ消えどけて行く
They won't like the game when people with 10 chain setups join all their raids.
どけせ消えろ切り捨てるよってよ
I think the thing here is for auto attack or whatever to be competitive with Ogi, you need a lot. And lowering lockout means you need even more. And I would say like
気にするな
auto attack setups already face the issue of being very it's much harder to pilot, and it's also in general, this is generally speaking, it's harder to pilot, and also that it's
せどけ切り捨てる
what's it called? It's also usually a lot less safe because you're taking more turns, which means the boss gets more turns too.
まずは深呼吸さからくりの出番だね受けてみるかいせ消え切り捨てるて空よ空よ受け止めてみせて受けてみるかい どけ消えどけ切り捨てるよって空行く耐えられるよね受けてみるかいこれでも家賃は強い
Lockout is perfectly balanced, yeah.
どけ切り捨てるどけ切り捨てる空
Only issue I see is when you play in fast rooms, then you have to adjust your setup.
そこね背後は気にするなまずは深呼吸さからくりの出番だねどけ切り捨てるよてよ
I think what the other thing Ogi is very underrated for is there is just way more
このくらい
way less mental tax as well. What I mean by that is because you have lockout as a period of time to input things and rethink things if you don't like it or not. And you subconsciously are given quote unquote more time to think through your actions. Whereas oftentimes when you're playing a normal attack setup, you refresh and then you are able to start inputting things immediately, which makes it feel like if you're not doing something, you're falling behind.
術式解放
There's just way less mental tax in playing an Ogi setup too. I don't want a situation where only one of those setups is viable. And I think Ogi is in the perfect spot where it's like I wouldn't say perfect, but I think Ogi's in a good spot where in general it's very reliable as your first clears. It's very reliable to learn with charge attacks. And for raids like Hexa and Far, I like that there are strong normal attack alternatives. I actually don't like Vesusia at the moment because it feels like there is no alternatives to this charge attack playstyle, oftentimes. I like when there's variety. I want many things to be viable, not just a couple, like one or two things, right? So yeah, I think some people would argue that, hey, like normal attack setups in Hexa or Far are always better than charge attack setups. Or like, and that's not very diversified. And I can see that argument. But I think people also underestimate how much balance work Lockout is doing. The alternative is heavily gatekept. Oh, you're talking about like super secret Vesusia setups, like the speedrun ones. I'm not really including that here. I don't think that's very realistic to talk about for the general player base anyways. I used to play Auto and Far. I switched to Ogi because it felt like I didn't have to explode my mind to play. Exactly, right? Dark has the cursed mash. Yeah, I understand that there's different setups, chat. But I'm not talking about specific examples. I'm looking at the whole picture. Normal attack and Hexa and Far are way too fast than what Ogi is. It's not true. It's just straight up not true. Did this mean they need a wind? Yes. What's wrong with the Mirren? It's not Meg Muddy. I could try Meg Muddy. I think Mirren's better here though. We just don't click anything on Mirren. I feel like there's no one showcasing optimal stuff like Water, FO, or Futsal. Yeah, that's fair too. I get what you're saying. Dial main hand. Yeah, I was setting this up to record one for the wiki, but someone else was asked to do it, so I didn't bother. We're skipping a Jinx here. It's the stigma of eating omens. Yeah, that's a thing. You won't have time to prepare 70% at this point. Then you have to adjust how you play, right? Like, I had to make an adjustment to make sure I saw a Jinx just then. I had to guard a turn. I tanked an Omen to guard a turn. I tried, but yeah, but what I'm trying to say is that your original statement of... What was it? You just said, like, it's... Normal attack and Hexa and Phase are now way too fast that Ogi or whatever you want to do, the lockout will miss everything. I'm saying it's not, like, you have to adjust. Yes, of course. You would have just attacked that. You could have probably attacked there. I got it just to make sure we got it. I didn't want a situation where we skipped again. Not normal Hex, you have to wait till 40. Did you see me click attack and then take it out? Because yeah, I forgot to. Yeah, there you go. No, it's not impossible to do CA in Hexa or Far Zero. You'll just need to adjust your setup. perfectly viable. I'm on normal attack stuff, by the way. NA key, no CA cap. Chat, are there any setups where I need more than one Uriel? I have 3 FLB now. I'll leave one at level 1. That's what I would do. Level 100. I suppose. I don't think you have enough time for Meg and Marty to be good there though, Omikin. Actually, how many turns did we take? Maybe there is. We took 14 turns. They're probably maxed out by what, turn 6? Yeah, it would be turn 6. Maybe it's fine. I feel like Mirren is better the lower turns you take, and Meg is probably better the more turns you take. So you won't ever have the time to prepare for 70%, Omen? That's Meg Marty. No, even with Meg Marty, I would be able to do it. I just think it'd be worse. I think obvious new adjustments here would be Meg Marty up here. We need CA keys, and then I would do this and Meg Marty here. If it's group runs, I'd probably just run for Susia main as well, I think. Sato will save window game. I think there's another one. Another part of the team that would help here. And Cuts is last. I feel like Cuts is not going to change too much. Imagine both your Vocals being good in HL so your slots are full. What, you want Alanan to be good in HL? I have my Clown Man instead. Do you think we'll have Evoker 150 by anniversary? How many months is that? We started getting them, what, last month, right? Or was it this month? Either way. That's like 8 months. I think that matches about Eternals. Maybe not by Annie, but we probably get the last announcement date on Annie, if that makes sense. It'll be like, hey, later this month, March like 30, 28th or something, or April 15th will be Transcendence 150 or something. Although they are releasing them faster, technically, because we're getting 5 as opposed to 4. Have you seen Perfect Bird Time yet? I don't know what Perfect Bird Time is. What's Perfect Bird Time? Shame. Anyways, good night. Are you gonna... Am I meant to Google this? Perfect Bird Time. Fire Emblem. No, I've not seen any Fire Emblem stuff on Miken. Should I? I don't know. I don't want to watch for spoilers, but then I don't know. No, I shouldn't. Okay. Perfect Bedtime is best out of context. Like, I do want to watch some of it, but I also want to go into the game relatively blind. Do you think 150 will be a third zone that's common to all evokers? That would be cool. Mr. Streamer, I forgot to get my crystals. Do you think if I ask really nicely, I can get support to roll back the whole event? No, I don't think that will happen. Mads Mikkelsen. I see. I see. Look, let's try with Megmadi. If we find a room with no wind. My dear Reverie. Revel Miken's looking for you. Don't know what any of that title says. What does that say? This is a migration account, so it can do a certain amount of work. What does that mean? Don't know what that means either. Migration account. And chat, on the host side, does it show you who's playing which element? I don't think so. So does that mean if I joined this room and I picked wind, but then I chose like an earth team, it would... Does it let me choose like a different element team? Wait, what happened to the raid? One way to find out. We lost the water player. Why were they running Kengo Shishio? I don't know. Can I troll this setup? I don't know, I'm not the host. What's wrong with Kengo Shishio? I think I should just click Megmuddy 1 to raise... Oh wait, no, it raises the other stack, right? I don't want another Luo for deal. Whatever, it'll be fine. Okay, so now Meg Muddy gets the double Ogi. So one double Ogi turn mitigated because we do 0 damage. Another double Ogi turn mitigated. So yeah, by the time we get double Ogi, we have stacks where in 40% area and we have to get through pearls. So yeah, it's not that they don't work. I think it just sort of feels bad. I do not like this song. Is this Frolova's song? Feels bad.
えらうかぐいうことおぬおりおううこりすうおすぶと
共同作業だね。
We'll just click some buttons while we wait, I guess.
ライジングソード。幸せのドーン。退場しろ。私の愛受け取って。
プレイモノめ
I'll just push.
テンペストブレード。 ライジングソード。テンペストブレード。
They want to repeat. DPT, 107 DPT, yeah, and that was Mirren without the weapon. Like, let's try Mirren again. There's 5 people. Can use Ilsa instead of Sariel in the Cosmos setup. I haven't tested. You'd have to click more things with Ilsa though, right? Sariel has his nukes. S1 and S3 is what you'd click, yeah. I guess you just need to do a damage test. Yeah, the forfeit is big. Ilsa will push Flurry. Oh, blue, and then you don't deal damage. Oh. That sounds not good.
私の指揮を見よ私が裁く
共同作業だね。一連卓上だよ。幸せのツヤツヤなので。いけない。ライジングソード。行くぜ。ライジングソード。テンペストブレード。
ウルイアライラキフアフアガワウイネト
I was just feeling like Wuwa music today. Spencer's turned it off. Yeah, Omika mentioned it earlier, and I realized I hadn't heard Wuwa music too often. You have so much Wuwa and Nikkei music on your playlist? If you use Ilsa, she should be last slot. Yeah, if that's an issue, you put her last slot, right? That makes sense to me. Hey Diva, yeah, Mercy told me it would like to get used sometime. I haven't tried Mercy actually. Not for group runs, that is. Do I die if I don't wait for this? I'm so slow. I think we can take tank a couple turns. Only have 2 stacks as well. Let's just take a turn. Yeah, torn between Vesusia, Romp, and Hiku. Tough choices.
医療の道に果てはないし。
Alright, let's see. 17 turns, 1.7. 15 turns, 1.7. Okay. We did take two dummy turns here than normal on this one because we had the triple attack Whamgal plus the triple attack before the 15%. Watching Spider-Man maybe next week. Is this the Chikawa thing? It is the Chikawa thing, yeah. Sort of nuts, honestly. $304, $294, $277. Yeah, it's similar. DPM wise, it's very similar between Mirren and Megmuddy. Like I said, I think Mirren and Megmuddy, I think, gets better the more turns you take. So in a super fast run, I think Mirren's going to be better. But like very marginal improvements. I think overall, if you need to carry a run a little bit more, then Megmuddy is probably slightly better. Finally, Earth Hop hits everybody. Yeah, that's the nice part about Megmuddy. I would still like a bow harp or a bow fist class. That would be nice for Mercy. I would like that. Am I playing Phantom Blade Zero in November? I don't know. I didn't know it was out in November until right now. November's typically a busy month though. We'll see. At the moment, the only one I will guarantee is Fire Emblem. I'm excited for that game.
僕が手伝うよ。
So far, they're releasing original classes identical. No, Wizard Origin already breaks that. WO is harp. Row 1 does not have harp. This one here.
みんな俺の後ろに
Normally, Wizard is dagger. Here, staff dagger. Do you believe in the skill icon theory? What was that again?
それよっよっと。
Is this on the infinite icon? Like the ultimate skill icon?
絶対に守り抜く
The level 50 skill will represent a specialty each. Yeah, so
ほれ。
we talked about this briefly, but I think there's always going to be a weird class if that happens.
さあやろうか。
I think that's the issue. Lancer gives both spear plus axe buff, but the icon is a halberd. It is a halberd, but I don't know. I think more people view this as an axe though. I'm personally less of a believer of level 50 skill and more of a believer of each weapon type gets 2 classes. But yeah, the issue with the weapon specialty icon is that yeah, just one of the classes gets left with something weird, I think. Katana, I think Katana can be enhancer.
やっちゃうよっそほれ。
行くぜせいせい 最後
ごめんね。
俺が相手
They got Myoji's dagger katana.
そよっ
行くぜせい
But yeah, like I said, I think I'm less of a believer of the level 50 skill. What do you think, Heister? Where do you land?
さあやろうか。
せいどれどれ みんな俺の後ろに
ほれよっほれ。
どれどれ
You think both will happen? Okay. I think, yeah, when we were sorting out the classes, just landing both on things that made sense was a little bit harder from memory.
Yo, 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 それそれそれ。
せい行くぜせいせい行くぜどれそれじじじゃあすっぱりけん
Yeah, here we go.
絶対に守り抜く
そほれそ
せいせいどれ
yeah, I think this was us talking about the icons.
俺が相手だほれほれ
Like we've got sword already. We've got staff, and if we assume that lance is an axe, then I think like spear goes here. I think gun goes here. I think melee goes here, and I think bow goes here, and harp goes here. So we're left with what's left? Dagger. What's left?
そよっ
Katana. We're missing 4 things.
さあやろうか。
Dagger, katana.
ごめんね。
1, 2, 3. Oh no, that's all we're missing. Sorry. I was looking at the wrong column. So yeah, dagger and katana. So I think like these look a little weird, to be honest. Like katana priest doesn't really make sense, so it's dagger then.
しちゃうよ
Based on Omyoji, that makes us think katana's enhancer.
それそれよっと
Like, do we disagree with this? I guess would be my question. Do we disagree with this speculation? Like, I think these are like guaranteed if it's happening. This is the icon, by the way, chat. We're talking specifically about the icon. Level 50 skill icon.
みんな俺の後ろに
You're not sure about Knight? Okay, so let's take out Knight then. I think these three are definite. I think Thief is... I think Thief could be Dagger too. Yeah, Thief could be Dagger. So like, let's say this is like this column is like, I sort of expect the Grappler to be melee, the Ranger to be bow, and the Harpist to be harp. I think this is not unreasonable to be to say, right? So we're left with 4 classes then. Specifically these 4. Dagger, katana, spear, gun.
俺が相手だ
So I'll put this into this column just to make it easier to look at, but I'll color them in a different color. So if we say that these are like soft confirms,
好機を逃すな
and then these are like hard confirms, then we'll put some options here. Let's say Thief is gun. Then I would put spear on Knight, and then dagger on priest, and then katana on grappler. That is one way I would do it, right? Another way would be dagger on thief. I don't know where gun goes then. And that's where I'm stuck on. I don't think the knight gets a gun. Where would spear go if it's not on the knight? On the priest then? Then that means the priest gets either a gun or a katana. It would play into Shield Sworn. Yeah, but that's Shield Sworn. Right? That's a different class entirely. It's not even on the same row. I may as well just be saying, I don't know. May as well just be saying, hey, Grappler could be katana melee because Runeslayer was katana melee, right? Doctor has a gun, so Priest gets it. Again, we're just drawing in another class. I don't really understand what the logic is here, other than, hey, it's been done before. Knight has to be spear. Personally, I think Knight is spear, yeah. I think Knight being spear makes sense to me as well. You think Knight gets a shield icon? I could see that too. Yeah, this is partially why I don't believe in the skill icon theory. Why do these have to be unique weapons? Because it's just a made-up theory from people trying to figure out patterns. That's why. Guys, we're getting 20 bingo balls. Okay, the difference here is that this is relatively fun to talk about though. But yes, I suppose, like, let's spear then here and then katana here. If we play into Shield Sworn, I don't know if I believe that, but Do you guys see Katana going to a class that's not Enhancer? You can see Enhancer having guns. Okay. Then where does Katana go would be my question. Enhancer gets Katana. See, I think Enhancer gets Katana too.
真相派じゃけん精進貫く
You don't think Enhancer's double Katana though? We're not saying double Katana. This is level 50 skill icon. This is not weapon proficiencies. Weapon proficiencies up here. This is level 50 skill icon.
奇抜のごとく一つなぎに輪をなさん龍河戦黄昏どけ消えせ切り捨てるくらいうわー貫く傷一つつけさ堅牢なる我が構えを見よ貫く消え消え消え切り捨てるどけ消え消え切り捨てるそこだ
Dagger's more iconic to the Enhancer line. Yeah. I agree. I also don't see Thief losing Gun Dagger though. I think that's where I'm at. Oh yeah, we can do this now, huh? This is confirmed. So that's confirmed. This was my prediction. This was going off the fact that every class gets 2. This is proficiency now. I'm least sure about this class. But I also think this is because Grappler doesn't make sense with anything else. Think how Dagger class as a thief and enhancer. I don't see Knight without a sword either. Do you guys agree? Knight without a sword is weird, yeah. Katana Spear Knight. I don't see it. Like, if this was a brand new class with a new name, then yeah, sure. But the problem here is that the class will be called Knight Origin. That's what that's where I'm tripping up on. None of the row ones have katana. While I agree with you, row 5s are extensions of row 1 classes and the enhancer line has katana there. You could see sword katana with knight. You don't want to deny romp enmity stuff.
そこだ貫く
I think it's possible for priest to keep the spear. If priest keeps the spear, then that means knight loses the spear. At which point knight gets... What are we thinking then?
石へどけ切り捨てる
そこだ
Like if priest keeps the spear... So we're saying staff spear, right? I'm just gonna copy this down here. So we're saying...
どけどけ切り
Just delete these, go again.
真相派じゃけん精進
Grappler using katana's weird, I agree. That's the one I'm least sure about. So priest staff spear. Knight is sword spear
どけ切り捨てる
with shields, maybe. I think knight gets shields, yeah. Alright, chat. Do we think Enhancer, Thief, or Knight gets the sword? Or Harpist, or Grappler? Which of these do you think gets the sword? I'm personally Knight.
新しい力見せてあ
I
げる
don't think Knight loses sword.
道を照らして
Alright, so we are in agreement for sword. Sword is now gone. Harpist origin with sword is just Ariat.
どけ切り捨て
Okay, we are missing...
切り捨てるそれここね
Wait, why is this 0? Oh, right, okay. So we're missing 2 daggers. Where does the first dagger go? Thief, right? Also, Thief has got to be gun, right?
どけ石へ
Do we disagree that Thief is gun dagger? I personally think Thief has to be gun dagger. If we are to assume 2 of each, then Harpist enhancer with katana and priest with a bow. Priest bow, huh?
石へ切り捨てるここね
Gun dagger seems right for thief. I think my point of evidence here also is that each of the classes has an icon, and thief line is literally gun. Like it's a gun here. I guess you can make the argument that this is a dagger, but I think you could also just say that's a bladed weapon, which could be a dagger, a sword, or a katana. So maybe it's a little weird. But yeah, if we say gun dagger here, and now we're missing 1 more dagger. We're missing 2 katanas. We're missing a bow as well. All right, let's go from the top. Where do we think second dagger goes? Out of knight, priest, thief, enhancer, grappler, harpist. Originally, it's on harpist and enhancer. Those are the 2 classes that usually have dagger. I think if one of harpist and enhancer is to lose it, I think harpist loses it first, right? So I would leave the dagger on enhancer. What if enhancer's gun dagger and thief is dagger katana? Like I said, I think the class icon is being a gun leans to more being a gun class. So we put dagger here then. Alright, so dagger's now used up. So we have a spear, chat. Where do you want to put the spear? Out of these classes, these 5 classes. Where do we put the spear then? Usually knight and priest has it. So I would be more inclined to give it to knight or priest in this situation.
どけ石へ
You think spear's the hardest? I personally think knight is spear as well. I don't think we lose the spear on knight. But if we're not sure on spear, we can just move on. We can go to melee. You think enhancer gets katana? I think because of Onmyoji, it's very easy to put katana on enhancer. I think priest gets melee. You know, this is funny, chat, because we're arriving at the same exact conclusion that I had originally. So we put spear here, we put katana here. All right, we are left with melee, bow, katana. All right, we have... Where do we put the melee? Start with melee. One step at a time. Where do we put melee? Assuming every class gets 2, that already rules out grappler, right? So it has to be harpist or priest. Priest is just a monk in disguise. That's why I think melee fits on priest. We have plenty of staff melee characters as well. So yeah, we're putting melee here. And then we're left with bow, katana on harpist and grappler. So who gets bow and who gets katana? The grappler gets the bow. Harp and bow have strings. Harpist bow looks ranged enough. So chat, now that we've done this, I just want us to look at where we started, which was here. And it's the fucking same. We just started, we just ended up where we started. Do you see the issue right now? I know that melee katana grappler looks weird, but it's the only one left. The only way this is remedied is if you put melee here, and then it's 2 melee, and then you can put katana here. Or you could put katana here and put the bow up there. That's like the only way this is remedied, but I think they're not going to give a class double prof because I think they're actively trying to avoid that. It's not weird though. There's 2 melee katana okay, from the same line, which being Runeslayer Ninja, yes. Yeah, I mean, they could give grappler just double melee. It is possible. We are going under the assumption that all classes get 2 profs at the moment. You think Enhancer loses both dagger and sword or katana in this conversation? You think it goes katana something else? Well, then who gets dagger then? You think the priest could also get bow? Yeah, I think you could skip the swap these. What's the benefit of 2 melee? Yeah, okay, so what Alt said really matters here. Whichever gets the grappler class gets tag team. And if you give grappler, and tag team's a red skill, right? Which means weapons like this, damage skills activate twice. Tag team is a damage skill. They're not doing that. You can't have bow melee. Or rather, you can't have tag team on a bow class. And it's not just Herc. Mercy does this too. So, yes. Grappler melee is not sorry, grappler bow is not happening. The grappler bow is just out. There's no way grappler bow will ever happen. You don't think gun or bow are allowed to have melee? I think Hrisvelga with tag is actually fine. At least compared to bow. Well, the problem with bow is that you just activate tag team twice. That's nuts. Like, I know you're thinking gun because of Hrisvelga, but open fire is tag team, basically. In fact, open fire might be better than tag team. Yeah, exactly. Like, soldier is better because, like, your damage is on MC, not on the other three characters. I don't think tag team breaks any of the katana main hands. I think tag team is fine on any other weapon that is not bow. Currently. Alright, but for the sake of conversation, alright chat, let's just mix up some things, okay? On purpose. We just mix up some things on purpose. Let's say this is our base. Let's say this is our base. Harp, sword, it's raw. Well, okay, so we're taking sword off knight then. I don't know if I want to go that far. What if priest loses the staff? Who do you want to give the staff to then? I don't think priest loses staff. I feel like this is pretty solid. Maybe katana's arguable, but I feel like these are solid. You want priest gun, alright? Staff gun, priest with a gun, sure. That means thief loses gun. Oh yeah, it does. That does mean thief loses gun. Okay, never mind. That's 3 guns. We're not allowed 3 guns. You want harp dagger. Okay, so we're sticking with the original proficiency, sure. So we have 1 more dagger left. Put dagger on priest and grappler. Low-key, we can't have duplicate combos like bowgun, gunbow. I agree with that too. Yeah, so I don't think thief gets bow. I don't think they'll double up. That's another sort of like soft rule, I guess. You think thief goes gun katana? So katana here. Then dagger here. Isn't knight the most fit for katana? It's just a sword. You think priest can use spear though? I mean, priest currently uses staff spear. So yeah, historically priest uses spear. Personally, for me, it's less about priest using spear and more, I don't think knight loses spear. But yes, for the purpose of conversation, we can move spear to somebody else. What, then we're saying spear here and then dagger here? Is that what we're saying? Knight gets staff to be a true support. Oh, and then we're left with bow and melee chat. I don't think our knight uses melee. Do we think our knight uses a bow? Doesn't sound unrealistic. Like this is what we're saying. All right, now let me do we think what we just put is more likely than what we had before? Grappler with dagger makes sense. Why does it make sense? That's my question. Why does it make sense? What, because they're both short range melee weapons? Is that why? Doesn't it make more sense that if you're in short range, you would just use your fucking dagger? Unless, like, if you're in short range anyways. Why punch when you have a dagger? Use the fucking dagger. It's a weapon to increase your damage while you're in a grapple. You can say that about fucking anything then. You know what increases damage while you're in a grapple? A fucking gun. Onmyoji and Lucha are the two Ogi classes from base one, so I guess they can both get katanas. Yeah, that's the other thing, right? Like Lucha does get some Ogi stuff. So I would not be surprised if Lucha gets some Ogi related weapons. And the Ogi related weapons are mainly katanas and harps, right? Katanas, harps. Yeah, katana harp. So I think out of those, harp is less likely to go to grappler than harpist. So what's the logic on katana and grappler? There is no actual logic on katana grappler. The main logic for katana grappler is process of elimination. It's the only weapon left and there's only one class left. So like just as an aside, this is our original. This is the original prediction we came up with when Origin classes first started being released and we had Lancer Origin. So this is before Ranger was done. This is our OG prediction. So this is the one chat just came up with while trying to break convention, basically. But yeah, this is sword and spear on knight. This is all abiding by the rule, by the way, that each class gets 2 proficiencies that are different. It's also abiding by the rule that all weapons get at least 2 classes. And it's also abiding by the principle that there's no duplicate class proficiencies. So 2 classes can't have staff harp, as an example. So this was sword spear, right? So knight, we sort of landed on sword spear. We landed on thief keeping dagger and gun. That was like sort of a given. We said that priest is going to keep the staff. We said grappler is going to keep the melee. We said harpist is going to keep the harp. So at this point, we needed to make some guesses. Enhancer, we like landed on it keeps dagger and it keeps katana, so it's like the Onmyoji class. Which means we are left with melee, katana, and bow. So it was between priest getting melee or harpist getting melee, or one of these classes getting bow. So that's why it sort of landed up on katana being on grappler, because it's like the only one sort of left. Oh, night. Chat has been smoking today, I see. I feel like most of these lists come down to where you fit katana and melee. Yes. I agree. There is 100% a world where they just keep melee here. And they put like katana up here. Katana bow here. And then katana bow down here. Right? Like, I can see that. Again, that breaks one of the predicting rules we had, but... Grappler getting double melee makes things easy. It makes it easier, yeah. For sure. Why is monk not part of the priest line? It was introduced afterwards. You think Lucha Line being double melee is too iconic to replace? I don't know. I would have said the same thing about Wizard. I don't know if I agree there. Rules are meant to be broken. Like, would you guys really have put harp on Wizard before we got the announcement? Let's pretend we were making this prediction. Like, just think about it. Let's pretend we were making this prediction before Wizard Origin. Would any of us have actually put harp on Wizard? Because I would not have. I would not have put harp anywhere close to Wizard. Like, I would have put it on Priest before I put it on Wizard. I would have put it somewhere else other than Wizard. Like, we're talking about the class that people complain does not use dagger anymore because Chaser uses a dagger icon, right? Like, people are like, hey, Chaser uses a dagger icon. The wizard, what is it? High Chaser also uses a dagger icon. Like, this is the class we're talking about. So that's why I don't think it's past them to just move melee off of grappler. One melee. Priest might have warranted harp more. I don't know if I agree with that. Chase is the wizard adding magic weapons onto everyone's weapons. True. It's a magical weapon.
私たちの絆見せようね。
To be honest, if we are given that WO loses dagger, then Harp is not that crazy.
僕は大丈夫。見せてやりなよ。
Your guess is whether we're melee or Harp, I see.
行こうか。
よそ見はダメだよ。
This could have been avoided if Cygames had released a Romon Chrysor line. No, because then we have an extra 2 weapons.
よそ見はダメだよ。
共に運命を切り開こう。
ペルトロナン。
はっはっはっ。ゴールデントワイライト。
It would mean that we don't have to make a dumb assumption that there's an even number of weapon prof distributions. Do we think that's a dumb assumption? I actually don't I don't agree with that.
そろそろ行こうか。
I think it's a pretty reasonable assumption based on how things are looking, and especially with what they've been doing with Row 5 as well.
立ち込める暗雲。そうじゃそうだ。
So I think we'll get EX2 mechanic class. I think we already got it. Called Relic Buster.
私たちの絆見せようね。
But I can see them maybe going to Origin EX1s, maybe. We'll have to see.
共に運命を切り開こう。
ペルトロナン。
そうはっ。
You don't think they'll be even?
ライト。
You wouldn't be surprised with only one katana class.
よそ見はダメだよ。
If something gets snubbed, I would say it's katana, yeah. I would agree, but
立ち込める
I think with
そうだ。
yeah, I don't know.
よそ見はダメだよ。 クールに決めちゃうね。
I think it has to maybe do with more with
共に運命を切り開こう。
whether they keep it equal distribution or not sort of matters more with what they plan to do with future classes. Because they'll keep adding classes. It's more a matter of, are they gonna move on to Origin like Row 2, or is it gonna be EX3 classes or what, right?
どうそうどう
I think that will sort of determine a lot of the distribution. Because if it's moving on to like, let's say Row 2 Origins, just for the purpose of this conversation, let's pretend that was a thing. Then I can understand them doing equal distribution a lot more. Whereas if they're moving on to new Row 5s, then I can understand them saving maybe some of the underutilized ones. Let's pretend it's Katana for like a new Row 5 class or an EX3 class or whatever, right?
油ラーサ有効だろ。そろそろ行こうか。立ち込める暗雲。切り払わん。合点。セレネティモリア。 立ち込める暗雲邪魔よそ見はダメだよ。クールに共に運命を切り開こう。ペルトロナンはっはっそれゴールデントワイライト
They do something out of left field like EX1 Origin. I don't think that's that out of the blue. We were talking about it earlier as well. We'll probably see OMs for row 5s. What does OM mean?
近づいたね。盛り上がっていこう。そろそろ行こうか。セレネティモリア立ち込める暗雲はっじゃはっ
Over mastery. But yeah, what does that mean?
よそ見はダメだよ。共に運命を切り開こう。
Okay, so we're talking about master levels or ultimate mastery. Okay, master levels. Yeah, over mastery is an entirely different system. That's why I was confused.
そうはっはっゴールデントワイライトよそ見はダメだよ。私のことは気にするな。そろそろ行こうか。よそ見はダメだよ。セレネティモリア立ち込める暗雲邪魔 よそ見はダメだよ。共に運命を切り開こう。ペルトロナンどうそれゴールデントワイライトよそ見はダメだよ。クールに決めちゃうね。セレネティモリア立ち込める暗雲
Warrior Origin.
よそ見はダメだよ。さっさと終わらせよハングドマン。我らを呪うことあたわずタブララーサ共に運命を切り開こう。手伝おうか。そろそろ行こうか。立ち込める暗雲切り払わん合点
Okay, let me fix this.
どうそれゴールデントワイライト
ダメだよ。結末に一歩近づいたね。セレネティモリア。立ち込める暗雲。
ジャンジャンはっ。
よそ見はダメだよ。
見せてやりなよ。
盛り上がっていこう。共に運命を切り開こう。
そろそろ行こうか。
フェルトロナン。はっどうはっ。
ゴールデントワイライト。
これが私の運命か。よそ見はダメだよ。
全力で来いよ。
よそ見はダメだよ。
うわー、めんどくせじゃあな。
Really don't see the point of making Road to Origin? I don't think so either. I think there's better things that they could be doing. It was more for the purpose of conversation. Exactly. I'm with you there. I think I honestly would like them to see... I think I want to see more EX classes, I think, after the Origin is done. Maybe a Row 5 Lancer, because I think it's still dumb that Row 5 didn't get Lancer. But I think they have no intentions of making that, to be honest.
行こうか。
よそ見はダメだよ。立ち込める暗雲。切り払わん。合点。はっそうはっ
はっそ邪魔。
セレネティモリア。
Getting revamped designs of Warrior or Dragoon would be sick.
よそ見はダメだよ。共に運命を切り開こう。
そろそろ行こうか。
フェルトロナン。どうはどう
邪魔。
私たちの絆見せようね。
Okay. What did I need to do?
逃げないんだ。
I wanted to add this setup onto ODS.
そろそろ行こうか。そろそろ行こうか。
フェルトロナン。どう
邪魔。
1:33, so it's 2 minutes, like 10.
よそ見はダメだよ。 よそ見はダメだよ。
セレネティモリア立ち込める暗雲ゴールデントワイライト
よそ見はダメだよ。盛り上がっていこう。
共に運命を切り開こうそろそろ行こうか
ベルトロナン。
はっはっどうかジャンジャンそうだ
よそ見はダメだよ。
Mhm.
さっさと我らを呪うことあたわず
I think row 1 will get Origin, since they replaced the class they're based on. Row 4 and above is too recent. Still may have... No, row 4 I don't think is pretty much any use anymore. I think row 5 is the only one, and it's because row Origin classes can't use row 5 skills.
ティモリア立ち込める暗雲ゴールデントワイライト
Alright, where did Ormikin link the thing?
よそ見はダメだよ。
How did your bingo go? We got a whole bunch of nothing.
共に運命を切り開こう
Alright, Advanced Grids Agni.
そろそろ行こうか
There's old team spread here. It's gotta be this, right? It's gotta be this. I'm ignoring this for now. Boxing Burst NA, we'll get to this. Far Zero we haven't got to yet. I guess I can fix all the layouts for these ones. Why the fuck do we have a Lindworm page, man?
よそ見はダメだよ。
Look at my Plaza page. Lindworm is GOAT.
込める暗雲ゴールデントワイ
Some of these are just not in the team tab of the raid nav. Do I have to ask Cajun to add Lindworm to those?
よそ見はダメだよ。
共に運命を切り開こう
What about Tiamat Malice? How do you feel about this one?
行こうか
This is from before Sen. Sennen.
ジャンは邪魔
Alright. Anyways, let me fix Hexa Far Zero to the new format at the very least before I start doing other things, I think.
未来はこの手で掴むもの
よそ見はダメだよ。
You hate Tia Malice? What did Tia Malice do to you?
セレネティモリア立ち込める暗雲ゴールデントワイライト
Doesn't it have like 5 HP? It's not a lot, yeah. Okay, wait.
よそ見はダメだよ。
Did we land on a way to sort this?
共に運命を切り開こう
I personally fucking hate classes. I'm gonna be real.
そろそろ
I hate sorting by classes. If anything, I think the top tabber should be illustrious weapons. So there should be just a tab for illustrious weapons, and then all the illustrious weapons go there. Which is going to be many of them. But that also shows that we need non-illustrious clears. Maybe not even illustrious. I would put Excalibur under that tier as well, so I would just say like Gold Moon Weapon or something. Because yeah, I would want to put Excalibur under the illustrious tab. It's really just Excalibur, right? First time you had acid reflux while awake, that feels bad. I don't hate it, I'm not in love with it. I think sorting based on key important pieces, illustrious, seasonals, grand should be more important. I disagree. There's a reason we don't do that anymore, and it's how it used to be. On the topic of characters, they're seasonals. What about grid superlatives? I think grid superlatives are much more replaceable, so if it's not main hand, I would put it in the regular tab, I think. Classes can be farmed. No, this isn't an issue of filtering things, really. What about grids with illustrious main hand but non-illustrious swap? I would list it separately, I think. If we were making a top level tabber for illustrious. This is in a situation where we create an illustrious top level tab. You would just list it again separately. I'm thinking 3 top level tabs. Manual setups. Manual setups that use illustrious / superlative. And then raid solo. And for now, we just sort it by most recently added. So Hunt Room tab something you might want eventually. I think Hunt Room doesn't need a... maybe it does need a tab. The thing about Hunt Room, and I know this from experience because we made it for FAR HL, is that they quickly become outdated to have like its own tab. Like I feel like you could just put it under manual setups but call the team tab a Hunt Room or something. Like you would just put Hunt Room over here instead of Higurashi. Or if it has both, then you put both. I don't really see the point of separating out a tab. Also, I still think we would need to actually explain what a Hunt Room is somewhere, which I don't like. Is that on the glossary page? No. On the glossary page, there is no Hunt Room. So I would want someone to add that there if we're going to use Hunt Room terminology. I think I got rid of the Hunt Room terminologies on FAR HL. On the topic of sorting raid solo, I actually think recency is the best sort that isn't vibe sort. You don't like time? I don't think time is a bad indicator, but it might give the wrong it might deliver the wrong message, for lack of a better term. Like a faster setup implies it's better, but it doesn't necessarily imply that it's an easier solo or like a more reliable solo or something. So I understand wanting to get rid of time there. What on earth is a hunt room? A hunt room is essentially a room of 5 people who are able to kill the raid without the 6th person contributing. And the point of this is to make a co-op room where you have 5 static people who are killing the raid really fast, and you just bring in people who just host the raid. I think it's called hunt room because the Japanese term for it just directly translates to hunt room. In my heart, I don't like time. I get you, but I can also understand. Like, for example, if I saw a recent clear, if a YouTube video was posted, like today, and I looked at the thing, it was Far Zero Solo for Dark, and it was like 29 minutes, 30 seconds on JP Ping, then I would be like, okay, I can maybe do this in the future. I can't do this today. If that sort of makes sense. Essentially, I know we have the way to sort by recent. I don't think recent should ever be the default. We should always have something on top of it. It should be a fallback, not the default. Recent or sorting by oldest added should never be the default. It should always be, in my opinion, the a fallback. Recent solos are more likely to be using recent tools. I agree. You got your crystals, very nice. I feel like the issue is that there's not really a goal we were looking at. What should the sorting classification achieve? Essentially better stuff at the top. Did you guys get anything good? No, I got a whole bunch of nothing. I expect people looking at solo tabs to look at all setups. Is that reasonable? I think that's reasonable. I would expect the same. Or not, maybe not all, but let's pretend there's a situation where there's like 10 setups. It would be looking at like at least a couple, not just looking at the first one and then going off that. That's what I would do, but I also learned that what I would do is not necessarily what most people do.
さと終わらせよう、ハングドマン。共に運命を切り開こう。そろそろ行こうか。
よそ見はダメだよ。ベルトロナン。
どう
I think looking at most setups can get the general idea of what you need, like characters and weapons, as a new player. I would amend that statement and say, and suggest that it's not need, but more what tends to be meta. Is what I would say there. But yes. Yeah, looking at the tabs gives you an overall picture of what's being used, what's not being used, things like that, what sort of playstyles are good. Like I thought about at one point, moving away from raid solos, I thought about at one point maybe listing things under like CA or NA or whatever, right? But I think that's sort of dumb. Not all setups fall cleanly under those brackets either. Like this Yamato setup. It's not really a normal attack or a CA. If you look at light, where the hell do you put FO? Which does both. So the only thing I don't like about separating Illustrious out is that by separating Illustrious out, essentially we're creating a filter that isn't basically a filter. You know what I mean? It's saying, hey, I'm not going to click on the Illustrious tab because I don't have Illustrious. I think people aren't motivated to upload solos that are useless for the current environment, so recency has a pretty strong tendency to favor setups that are useful in some way. Sure. I mean, I'm not disagreeing that recency should be the default sorting method. I'm just saying I think there should be something on top of that. Like, as time passes, solos probably get faster. As well. The Illustrious Goldman tab might imply that they're always better. Yeah, I think the more I talk about it, I don't like the Illustrious tab idea. I'd rather them all in one tab and then just sorted. We can have the default sorting method as newer tends to be better. Oh, like newer is listed first, but you think for co-op stuff, just one tab for first clear beginner? I hate that. I hate it. What counts as first clear beginner? Like this wraps completely back around to minimum viable setups, and they're that's a topic we've talked about to death. Why it's not possible, why it's not feasible. Anything that doesn't use the weapons that the raid drops, then put it at the top of the manual setups. If we really want it there. If we really want visibility, put it at the top and label it as such. I don't understand why it needs to be a separate tab. Label it no destroyer, no draconic. Sure, but then on the rest of the wiki, the top of the best setups. Yeah, then push it to the bottom. I don't know, maybe this is my experience as a musician. Okay, so here's what I would do currently. I would put, ideally, it's one tab for manual, and it's ordered from best to worst. Don't ask me how we do that, but it's ordered from best to worst. And then at the bottom, we have a couple setups that are no draconic or whatever setups. That's ideal for me. I think I've received a lot of comments saying, hey, it's demoralizing or it's annoying or whatever that setups use weapons from the raid. But like, I don't know, I think for me, like, I just don't understand that. So there's since I don't understand it, I can't really think of a good way to, a good solution for it. Because as a musician, I don't listen to someone who's better than me and go, oh fuck, I'm never gonna be that good. Like, let me just fucking give up. I'm not gonna try. Right? Listening to someone who's better or a professional or like world-class musician gives me motivational ideas of things to try. But too often I've heard like, hey, I don't have what's here, I give up. So this is just, I guess for me, like a mindset that I don't, a philosophy that I don't understand or fully agree with. Or it's something that I can't relate to, I guess is what I'm trying to say. I think the issue is that nobody uploads without the weapon farms being in it. Yeah, that's true. Pretty much the only reason currently that people are uploading stuff are for the people who are asking for setups without it, right? It's for specifically to do it without the weapon or whatever. People don't want to try anything. No, I don't know. I don't want to generalize like that, to be fair. A 20-minute match solo that bricks half the time isn't better than a consistent 23. We just wouldn't upload the 20-minute match solo that bricks half the time, though. Like, this falls under consistency. We just wouldn't upload it. Like, it's literally listed under style guide. Not directly, but... Endgame raid solos. Manual endgame raid solos must include a video reference. Please be realistic for any inclusions and consider if a solo setup is really needed and how easily it is able to be performed. Example situations. Hexa world first performed by player with perfect ping. Super ultimate that requires promo weapons to execute. Belial solo that's so easy that anyone can do it. Lindworm raid solo. So like,
痛かったらごめんね。
is there a minimum consistency requirement other than not giga horrible? No, it's completely vibe based because I'm sure nobody has empirical data on whether their setup is 70% consistent or 80% consistent. That's just something we don't keep track of. But if it's a Hexa solo, for example, that relies on a particular start, in a world where there are many Hexa solos that don't rely on a particular start, then yeah, I think then the one that requires a specific start should be scrutinized a little bit more,
痛かったらごめんね。
right? Currently, there are many Far Zero solo setups that maybe depend on a specific sword, especially on Magna Grids. And there aren't ones that are universal, it doesn't matter which sword you get. Then those are sort of fine to leave because we don't have anything better at the moment. Sorry, ad. The accursed ads.
痛かったらごめんね。
助立ちつまかせる。高波の構え。
多分こんな感じ。
や
いつありと。
やざやせいつは
No matter as a Nihui Vinte.
いいとこ見せるよ。
ショータイムだ。
いつありと。
ザや
せはせい
Hello, Quan. How's it going?
痛かったらごめんね。
や頼もう。
楽しませておくれよ。
多分こんな感じ。
You hate Red Sword so much?
いつありと。
やざはせいは
Are you back, Echo? What was the last thing you heard?
楽しかったよ。
痛かったらごめん。
や
ここからが本番でしょ。
I also don't like putting names
負ける気はしないね。
up here. Why the hell is this in Snake? What the hell's Snake? Chat, what's Snake? Atum? I'm gonna fucking lose it.
多分こんな感じ。
Yeah, there's no point in putting characters anymore because there's thumbnails. You just look, use your eyes. But yeah, I suppose if every setup is Atum, then you can list yours as no Atum. That's fine. But listing yet the characters that are used, I don't think is useful anymore. Something about Red Sword. I was saying like it depends on the current landscape of setups available. Like if there are only yellow sword clears for Far Zero solos available, then yeah. Even if your setup is 50% consistent because of how swords work, then that's fine. But the more setups that are introduced that can deal with both red and yellow sword, then maybe those yellow sword only clears start to have to be looked at a bit more closely. Naming stuff is kind of hard now, just default to class. If you don't know what you're doing, just default to class.
だからごめんね。
It's harder in the manual setup section just because there's no time to differentiate. But I'm pretty sure we can have duplicate tab names and it's still okay as well.
痛かったらごめんね。多分こんな感じ。
Has anyone watched the IGN interview? No, I've not watched that one. Should I?
痛かったらごめんね。
I'm not gonna watch it now. It's 16 minutes, yeah.
多分こんな感じ。
If all available solo setups are 20% consistent, is that a wait for another 6 months angle? Probably. Like, we would not upload Vesusia World First setups unless they're reliable on the wiki. I don't know if we have Vesusia solo setups, to be fair. I think the light one is fine though, right? As far as I know.
痛かったらごめんね。
I don't think there's any point in uploading solo setups when there is no trophy though, I will say.
こんなもんじゃないだろう。
No, I don't think we've uploaded any and it's fine. Oh, it's actually very consistent. Okay.
痛かったらごめんね。
I personally think the biggest issue in organizing in listing everything into one tab, essentially. We're talking about listing pretty much everything in one tab. The issue will be like just the number of setups as time passes. Like this here has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right? There's 8 setups here. I think Diaspora has a lot. Let's go Diaspora. I can understand that. Oh, I guess we separated these out, but I can understand that as we get more, you can scroll, but maybe you have to scroll to the bottom. Let's pretend that this went down to here, then I click this one, and then I have to scroll back up. There's like some small things like that which can get annoying, I think, but ultimately, I think with this team tab, it's just better to display everything. I think it's far less mental work to click through this than it is to click through these at the moment as well, is the other thing. So I'm more okay listing lots of setups under one tab. But I have been overruled on this in the past, like on the EX Plus page. I do think EX Plus is better split up though. And EX Plus just had way too many setups, to be fair.
痛かったらごめんね。 多分こんな感じ。
I like everything in one tab, but it makes sorting harder. It will, yeah. It will. The default sorting being most recent might help.
多分こんな感じ。
But, yeah. I think this is where you need someone to... Like, I think the HL pages are always going to need someone to maintain it. The order.
ショータイムだ。
しませておくれよ。
Hopefully we get to last time chat to someone. Who wants to do it? The last time chatter.
痛かったらごめんね。
Echo's lucky they didn't get banned. That's an emote, yeah. We don't get to use it very often, but it's fun when we do. The last time chatter. What are the options at the moment? Realistically, what's our options? Like, do we even have another option? Maintain status quo of classes? Nope. I hate it. We're not doing it. Did we win? No, we didn't. Like, do we really think classes is better than this? How did Scam go? I haven't bought it yet. I'm waiting up for free draws. Have some of vibe categorized setups. Okay, so back to the CA-NA sort of thing. So like your charge attack setups sort of go together, and then your super sweaty manual setups like Mana Diver Fire as opposed to Higurashi goes into one thing. Basically, here's the thing, right? I don't like any system that relies on one person. I think it's a really bad idea. Which is why... Me neither. What are we discussing? How we're gonna organize things on Hexa Vesusia and Far Zero pages. Like, and here's the thing, right, Echo? We would need minimum 6 people, 1 for each element, to keep track. And then they would need to keep track of Magna as well. So that's 2 pages each. Assuming they don't fall behind as well. Like, I don't know. I don't like it. You can probably get some people to do too. To be fair, the pages don't get updated often enough that it would be that difficult, but
火力全開でいくわよ。甘い。私に任せて。はっはっ、そこ。そこ。はっ、おりゃ。おりゃおりゃおりゃ。
せい面白い。
私が守ってみせる。逃げても無駄だよ。逃げても
do we really want to separate out a tab with
甘い。私に任せて。そこくら。はっ、おりゃおりゃおりゃ。
sounds like a fast track to burnout? I think it's probably fine if there isn't that many setups being added. I don't know. Regardless, any system that relies on any one person sort of stinks anyways.
おりゃおりゃ。そこ。
Maybe if you make your advanced grids logger, and then it just pings that person. Make it a Discord bot, and it pings that person. Hey, at Echo, new Fire Hexa setup was added. Like checking things one at a time, I think is completely fine.
私に勝てると思わないでね。
I think it's just more of an issue when it stacks up.
任せて。
Anyways, what was I gonna say? Do we want to make things like No Draconic a separate tab?
火力
I don't like the idea, but maybe I'm in the minority here.
甘い。甘い。せい。はっはっ。くらえ。そこ。はっはっ。そこ。おりゃ。はっ。
I would not want to call it like beginner setups. I think that's just a straight up misnomer. I would just call the tab what it is, like No Draconic, as an example.
これで折れるかな。
What if Draconic has a swap? That's the thing. That's where I'm. That's where I'm like, sort of like. All of them are swappable. That's the thing. It might just not have a listed swap.
逃げても無駄だよ。
Isn't there an icon for that? I'm probably deleting that icon. But yes, there is a icon for quote unquote beginner setups on Vesusia, I think. I don't know if it's anywhere else.
逃がすと思わないで。
甘い。私に任せて。
My day job is repeatedly asking people stupid questions about edge cases. No, that's fine.
ここで蹴りをつけよう。
But yeah, this is my main
なめ。
argument of why we shouldn't be separating these, because like all of them, they're swappable. It's just maybe like they're just not listed for the most part.
甘い。せい。そこくらえ。そこ。おりゃ。
Oh, I used that. Please don't mistake me removing it as like there's no alternative. I mean something that's clearer what it means.
守ってみせる。私に任せて。
I just think the icon is completely meaningless unless you've been told what it means.
甘いよ。
くらえ。そこくらえ。おりゃ。はっはっ。
仰ぎ見よ空満つる七星の輝きを
Hello, Mr. Streamer. How long do you think it'll take to get points again? I have no idea.
少し休むね。
国会の時間だ
まだ終わらん。
信念を貫きな
There are setups that rely on it.
悪因を浄化する
甘い。甘いよ。
think playing with good stuff for a while can make you forget how bad entry HL is. Are you saying I'm underestimating what you can swap?
まあこうなるよね
I don't mean in general you can always swap Draconic with things. I'm saying Draconics being swappable is not like a concept that is only limited to setups where it's listed as swappable. And that's what I'm saying. Just because a setup doesn't have the Draconic listed as swappable does not mean that the Draconic can't be swapped out. That's what I'm saying.
アウトアウトアウト
仲間はやらせない。私が守ってみせる。
ここがてめえの火葬場だうらうら
逃げても無駄だよ。
Easiest way is to try.
無駄だよ。
Yeah, I agree with that.
ここで蹴りをつけよう。なめんな。火力全開でいくわよ。
うらくらうらうらくらくらいな
はっ、くらそこ、はっ、おりゃ、はっ。
せい ガツンここがてめえの
I don't know. Do we have a better suggestion than this? If not, this is what we have to go with. On a conceptual level, do we have a better organization than this? Because I don't think so. At most, it would be just adding another tab. Like if we're doing
ちょっと本気出すね
beginner tab or whatever you want to call it, then that would just be a separate tab. It would just not be added onto the manual stuff.
私に任せて私に任せて
はっ、くらくら、そこ、そこ、はっ。
If you do no X, then don't you need to do it for all weapons like Draconic and Destroyer?
火力全開でいくわよ。
私に任せて
Yeah, possibly. I think we can make the assumption that we can have the inherent understanding that if you say no Draconic on Hexa, it also means no Destroyer. As in, like, nothing above that tier. Does that make sense?
逃げても無駄だよ。
Fossils from the Age of Dinosaurs tab.
甘いせ私に任せて
くら、はっ、そこ、おりゃ、そこ、おりゃ。
I don't want to do that.
ここで蹴りをつけよう。そこ、そこ、くらえ。おりゃ、おりゃ、そこ。
Making a new tab is a way of filtering, but it's also a way of bringing attention to it.
月夜に彼方まで震わす重郎の合唱。勝利の号令として。
What do you mean by manual tab? Remember, this is just in the context of HL stuff, so pretty much every setup you do is a manual thing.
くらくらくら。おりゃ、おりゃ、そこ。
私に任せて
It doesn't have to be a tab. You just think there should be a way for new players to get a place to start.
そこくらいはっありゃそこそこありゃそこはっ
I conceptually hate the idea.
ちょっと本気ですね。
私が守って
That's where I'm at. Maybe once again, maybe I'm just wrong here.
これで折れるかな。
Let me articulate why I think a beginner tab is bad. I think a beginner tab is bad for a couple of reasons. The main one is that beginners will check the beginner tab and nothing else. I think that's the biggest issue.
はっくらいそこありゃはっそこ
It caters to people who don't want to think of alternatives. No. That's not why.
逃げても無駄だよ
And I also don't like that line of thinking because I doubt that beginners don't want to think for themselves. They just don't know where to start. Right? Like, there are 100% people like that. But at the end of the day, we can't cater to those people. But I do want to encourage a certain way of thinking. And my biggest issue with creating a beginner tab is, number one, beginners would only check the beginner tab. Or people with less options will only check the beginner tab. They're not even going to look at the other tab. They'll be like, oh, those setups are probably too high end for me. I'm just going to look at the beginner tab. And when there's not enough options there, because beginner setups are the least populated category because people in general do not make budget setups. They only make setups with the best things they have. Then they're just going to click off and be like, oh, I can't do this.
そこそこ私が守ってみせる
Right? That personally, I think, is number one problem. Biggest problem is that. Number two problem, what's considered beginner? I think that is more of a categorization question, but yes, that is an issue too.
休むね
Like, what is considered beginner is 100% a thing because, like, is a grid with like M3 is okay, but is it fine if it has like only seasonal characters? Is that beginner now? Like, there are possibly conceptual problems to adding a beginner tab as well. But yeah, again, like this conversation is assuming we can correctly categorize setups as beginner. I think the biggest issue is that having a beginner tab implies that
こんなもんね
these are the only setups that will work, or these are the only setups you should look at, and that's the opposite of what I would want to do. I would want people to look through the vast majority of setups there and figure out what they can do, right? Maybe they have the best characters. Maybe they have these characters here, but maybe they just don't have the grid. So it would be like, oh, what's some other grids that people are using? Oh, okay, I see a grid like this. Maybe I can try these characters here with this grid and see how that goes, right? That's what I want to encourage. But in a world where this was listed under not beginner setup, and then this was listed under beginner setup, chances are they don't even look at this now. So yeah, I forgot the other things. I forgot what else I was gonna say. What is this setup? This is Hexa at the moment.
幸福の音だ
ニビスカースス消えろよっこいせよっこいせ
That one's a good primal angle.
それそれ
幸福の音だ
よっこいせ
日々
そくらえてえいえい
意外と頑張れちゃう。
幸福の音だ。
よっこいせ
歌響く。
くらそこだ。えいそえい、その件に答えよう。はいたー、覚悟いいか。
幸福の音だ。
よっこいせ
歌
くらえそえいてや。
さあ幸福の音だ。
Only issue is that the same people who would look at a beginner tab are only gonna are also the same that instantly clock at the moment they see one tiny thing they don't have in the grid anyways. I think that's just a community driven I think this is just where the community needs to really come in and step up. Instead of like, we're going back here, chat, but do you guys remember, I think it was earlier this year, where people were, there was like the great advanced grids wiki, are you on the side of the wiki or not war? And the worst part of that really was not really about, there was nothing positive to be gained from that, because people who were on the side of the wiki, many of them were saying like, hey, the other people just don't want to think for themselves. It's like a direct attack. Like what could have been a learning opportunity was just turned into an attack. And then people get defensive, which is understandable. You've been attacked, you get defensive. So I think this is where the community really needs to just be a little bit more conscientious, a bit more mindful, where they suggest things. They're like, hey, how about trying this with this, or letting people know that the wiki isn't just a repository of all the source, all the grids. The wiki staff and people who use it heavily encourage you to try out things for yourself too. A sound argument that lacks decorum is just abusive language. Yeah, good quote. Who said that one? It didn't help anybody? It really didn't. Yeah. You said it, Munching? Wow. People complaining about the wiki, are they nuts? Best wiki I've ever experienced. Thank you for the kind words. But also, that's exactly what I'm talking about, right? Are they nuts is also a direct attack on the people who might have criticisms, and those criticisms might be valid. And essentially all of this really came down to one thing, which is that there weren't enough setups on the wiki, which is something I agree with. I want more setups on the wiki. So it's not something I disagree with inherently. It may sound rude, but that's more of a them problem, right? It sounds impossible to cater to that. And maybe that's where this comes back to. Maybe it's just better to have a separate tab. Wyvern brought up beginner, so I assume Wyvern likes the idea. Echo Cajun, where are you two at?
消えろ消えろくらえ
It wouldn't necessarily be called beginner, by the way, but
幸福の音だ
ニビスカーススニビスカースス消えろ
I've not been here. What's the conversation? We're talking about organizing these things. I personally think classes has got to go.
歌日々歌え
くらそこだそれそれ
くらえ
さあまだこれからだ
We have an issue of where okay, let me backtrack. We're talking about how to organize these, what tabs should be the top level tabs, and how we should sort it is another topic entirely. But that would depend on how we want to organize it first. I just think there should be a way to get people into HL. I don't know what the exact form would be.
意外と
なあもっと聞かせてくれ
ニビスカーススニビスカースス
Like, see, I'm personally of the opinion that that just comes down to more setups. More setups and more variety of setups. So setups that have things like this, setups that don't use like characters. Right? Things like this, I think, is more the way to go, rather than making a specific tab for beginners or a specific tab of no destroyers or whatever.
ニビスカーススニビスカ
What if the default tab was a single curated good setup with swaps, a write up, etc.? Holy.
そくらえてそれ
幸福の音だ
ニビスカーススニビスカースス
I don't like the idea of make your own setup being a solution.
歌響け
Doesn't that have to happen at some point though, no? Are we just expecting everybody to have everything in the beginner tab then?
みんなを
幸福の音だ
In this ideal scenario where a beginner tab does its job, are we just expecting people to have everything inside that tab?
消えろ
So for example, if we had a setup and it used, I don't know, Artum or something, then we're just expecting them to have Artum. If it used Yule Grand or Essa, Transcendence 5, it's a starting point, like an approximation. So give me an example then.
幸福の音だ
Basically, I don't see why making a beginner tab
ニビスカースス消え
doesn't lead to make your own setup anyways.
消えろ
Everyone's definition of beginner entry setup is going to vary. Some people want the absolute bare minimum of... Yeah, the original reason why I was against this, you missed it, Cajun, was because I felt like this very well leaned towards, minimum viable setups. And we know why that's not possible.
ニビスカーススニビスカースス消えろ消えろ
I think Wyvern's want here is better fulfilled by a setup guide. I think what Echo said leans more towards what Wyvern wants, right? Where there's a setup with swaps and a write-up, but that is so much work is the thing. I would expect that some people not agree with my Hexa entry setup that I did earlier this year to be entry because it uses 2 seasonals.
ニビスカースス消えろ相手も悪かったな
得意ってなかなかいい音だったぜ。
Swap is not necessarily crazy. Write-ups can be, depends on how detailed. Yes, like we've had, I don't know what pages had it, but
お役立ちですよ
we've had in the past, we've had like, hey, try these characters at the bottom. Like these are generally good characters here.
幸福の音だ
The issue with these beginner setups is they're going to be high skill or high grid unit summon. Yes, that is true as well. Generally, the worse characters you have, the harder your setup is, harder to execute.
そくらそえいえい
幸福の音だ
こいつ
I do agree that a single curated setup explaining in context of the raid why characters were chosen, the basics to piloting would be the best solution. It's just a substantial amount of more work. It becomes outdated really fast. My initial reaction when I said holy was because I was thinking about the work involved, not because I thought it was a bad idea. I think it's actually a good idea. But basically, this is a mini guide for a setup on the wiki for a particular setup for a particular element. So essentially, we would need 12 of them across 3 raids, 36 of them.
簡単
幸福の
Maybe there's similarities between them, so
ニビス
we'll just say it's
ニビスカース
18 times
消えろ
1.5, right?
消え
So we'll say that's 27 setups you need to write.
こいつ
日々日々
そこだそえいえい
The thing is, if every single setup on Hexa uses gacha summons and gacha characters, someone that doesn't read a million discords and follows GBF YouTube would be totally justified to assume that stuff is necessary. I agree. I don't see how we alleviate that,
幸福
other than adding more setups that don't use those things.
ニビスカーススニビスカースス消えろ消えろ
You can start. I just don't think this solution is sustainable. Is my main thing. Like we were just a moment talking about how if one person had to order these, how it would inevitably probably lead to burnout, and we need 6 people maintaining probably 2 pages each
ニビスカ
because Magna Primal.
ニビスカースス消えろ消えろこいつ
I feel like this just comes back around to there's just not enough setups.
歌響け
くだくだえいそれそれ
And add another 6 Odious.
世界の揺らぎを
幸福の音だ
ニビスカーススニビスカースス消えろ消えろこいつ
日々歌歌え
そくらえてえいえい
受けよ朝廷の光を
幸福の音だ
ニビスカーススニビスカースス消えろ
消えろ。よっこいせ
響け
そこだ。えい、それてや。はっ。さあ、
幸福の音だ。
People are really easy to say you don't need Draconic, you don't need Go, you don't need that. But when it's time to actually do those setups suddenly.
消えろ。よっこいせ
歌
くらえいそれくらえ。
For Hexa, I think there's a lower barrier of entry since you don't need to clear Jinxes anymore. Yep. There's a power level beneath which I do just tell people to bot. You agree with that point from Wyvern? I mean, I agree too, but
消えろ。
again, this just comes down to we need more setups, no?
よっこいせ
歌え
くらそてやえいそれはっ。
幸福の音だ。
ニビスカープスニビスカープス消えろ。
Thoughts of instead having a beginner grid, there was a chart that listed known helpful characters or summons.
歌
くらえてやそれてや受けよ正体の光を。みんなを
幸福の音だ。
ニビスカープス
Currently, it's leaning towards
消えろ。
that we need one person to curate each element at the moment.
響け
そくらえ
If we add a guide, right? For lack of a better term, let's just call this a guide. Then we need someone to maintain the guide too.
これからだ。
I just don't think this is sustainable.
いらっしゃい。
Solstice, thank you for the raid.
ニビスカープス
Maybe just something like grid templates. I think that's
消えろ
better, but
消えろ。
I feel like characters matter so much.
歌え
そこだ。
Thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Unfortunately, you've caught me at the end of my stream because I do need to leave in a short few moments, but thank you for the raid.
ニビスカープスニビス
Modern character kits make the grid largely whatever.
消えろ消えろ。
I don't think we can do any wordy guide. I think that's just impossible. It's impossible to maintain. It will get outdated. It's going to be bad. Over time, it's going to be bad. We already know, by the way, from making templates on AG that those get outdated and it's hard to maintain them. That's something we know, and it's just difficult to maintain all that stuff.
幸福の音だ。
ニビスカープスニビスカープス消えろ消えろ。 よっこいせ
歌え
くらえ
The standard Earth CA team is the same between Omega, Optimus, Odious, Unboosted, Revans.
簡単に
幸福の音だ。
ニビスカープスニビスカープス消えろ消えろ。 よっこいせ
Wyvern, do you think it's possible to make a template like the burst ones, which are largely
正体の光を
not going to be
幸福の
like that don't really need to be touched because it's more about the core concepts? Do you think that's possible for Hexa?
ニビスカープス消えろ
Like if I tasked you with this to create this for one element, to prototype it for me so I can see it, would you be able to do it? I'm not saying you have to make all 6. I'm saying, would you be able to make one of them so that, and it doesn't need to be full detailed. It would just be like one prototype so we can see how much work would be involved, whether it's possible, how often we would have to maintain it. For water, yes. For other elements, I'm not sure. Okay. I worry about this because we probably have to talk about characters, and if you just don't have that character, then it's gonna make it seem like you're shit out of luck. But if you feel like it's possible, I'm interested to see it. We have the burst setups that you can use the templates from, so maybe grab those and see how it turns out then. Because yeah, in an ideal world, I think having a template set up as the first listed one is a good idea. I don't deny that this is a good idea. It's more about the work involved and keeping it maintained and keeping it updated, which is where I see the big issue in. Do normal people have a meaningful preference between C, A, and NA? Toasty, thank you for the sub.
1337 just
1 year.
subscribed
I think it would have to be CA, by the way. Not necessarily only CA, but not like a mash setup, basically. But in the context of this, making a mash setup means you take more turns against the boss, and then the boss does more damage to you. It's just bad. No, it's 100% a setup that doesn't take too many turns while still doing good damage, and that's charge attacks. And yes, Toasty, thank you, thank you. All right, chat, I do need to leave. Yeah, Wyvern, whenever you have time, if you prototype it, I'll take a look, and then we can see how viable it is to make it for other elements. It does, like I said, it doesn't need to be fully involved. Like you don't, it's just enough to give me an idea of what's going on. And other people an idea of what's going on too, so that we can get some feedback. At the moment, I'm leaning towards this then. And it would just be like template tab, illustrious, non-illustrious, top level. We actually mentioned it at the start. Upon further talking about it, I don't think I like it. Because yeah, I think ultimately it's a good example. Obviously, I agree with it because I've written things like the burst templates. So yeah. I'm just worried about the work involved. All right, either way, chat, I need to leave. Thank you so much. Catch you guys later. Goodbye. I'm out for now. Good night. I have to rush, so I won't raid anybody. I don't see... no, I have to go. I'm late. I might be late. Catch you guys later. Goodbye. Bye-bye. I won't be back tomorrow at 9 AM JST because tomorrow's Saturday. I'll be back in the afternoon, around this time somewhere. All right, see you guys later. Goodbye. Bye-bye.